Chapter 1339. Jun Changshao did not return to the Falling Star continent to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival with his disciples. Therefore, on the second day after the banquet, he began to focus on the fortune of heaven and earth formation. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others originally wanted to ask about the upper realm, but seeing that the patriarch had locked himself in the room, they could only choose to continue cultivating. Although the energy given by Elder Taixian is very strong, it may not be able to really achieve the Sect's ascension, so we still have to improve the formation. Jun Changxiao's brain worked quickly. Dense lines and formations appeared in his mind, and began to arrange and combine on their own. The process was very complicated. Therefore, after only 2 days of research, the new hair that grew with the magic hair growth agent began to fall out in large areas. The system was speechless. Hair loss is almost normal. No. It should be better. Jun Changshao ignored everything and focused all his attention on modifying the fortune of heaven and earth formation. It was not until 5 days later that he opened his eyes and said, "It should be perfect now." The formation was still Elder Taishuan's formation, but after drastic changes, except for the framework, many routes had been completely changed. "I hope it works." Jun Changshao pushed the door open and walked out of the room, and began to set up the formation around the sect. Buzz. After a while, a stream of light rushed into the sky, shining brightly. "It's here again?" Li Qingyang and the others looked up at the solidified formation, and all of them were thinking, is the patriarch trying to ascend to the upper realm? Elder Zhen, Shangguan Xinyao said, the formation that the patriarch set up this time is very different from last time. Zhen Dejuan said, it should be improved. The layman enjoyed the show, while the expert appreciated the skill. Both of them had a good understanding of formations, and could see the changes in the fortune of heaven and earth formation. However, everyone was paying attention to the light barrier that had just appeared, except for rows of flowers, who stared at Jun Changxiao's shiny head the whole time and thought to herself, he still looks good like this. There was no one else she could focus on. After the fortune of heaven and earth grand array was successfully set up, Jun Changxiao carefully placed the 5 heavenly treasures in the eye of the array. Hoo-hoo! Under the operation of the formation, rich 5 elements attributes emerged and quickly enveloped the entire sect of all times. When the disciples felt the attributes that were thousands of times purer and more powerful than before, they were deeply shocked. Jun Changxiao did not expect that after the 5 treasures of heaven and earth were placed in the formation, the attributes of the 5 elements, which were not inferior to the upper realm, would emerge. There was hope. He should be able to ascend with his entire sect. Jun Changxiao did not activate the array immediately. Instead, he carefully checked it again to ensure that there were no accident. The disciples of the sect were immersed in the powerful attributes, and a relaxed expression gradually appeared on their faces. This was especially so when they circulated the 5 elements' heavenly reflection mantra slightly. They could clearly feel the 5 types of power surging madly into them. It was simply exhilarating. The existence of this brand new heaven and earth attribute was similar to the law. The disciples who were stuck at the peak of certain realms only needed to absorb it for a short while before they realized something. The 5 treasures of heaven and earth given by Elder Taixian were of a very high level. Now that they were supported by the formation, the heaven and earth attribute formed was no different from the upper realm. If there was a flaw, it would be that it only existed in the sect of all times within the formation. Second senior brother, Su Xiaoma said excitedly, with such majestic 5 elements attributes every day, we'll definitely break through realms very quickly. That's right. Li Qingyang's gaze was also burning. Who? Yi Xingqian stood in the courtyard and breathed in and out heavily. The spiritual meridians in his body were running wildly, and the frequency was so fast that it seemed like it would disappear if it was slower by a step. Too powerful. This is too powerful. Anyo had been completely conquered by the heaven and earth attribute of the upper realm. Night Emperor's arrogance was gone, and he was now more like a gluttonous child. Hiwudi was also very excited. These attributes were obviously beyond the level of the mortal universe. If they were provided every day, they could definitely break through the realms of Wu Sheng, Grand Emperor, and other realms easily. The black and white Rakshasa's mentality did not change. Because the two of them relied on their supernatural powers to sneak into the lower realm, their realms were temporarily suppressed. As long as they returned to the upper realm, they could slowly recover and did not need to cultivate again like the last disciples. It could be said that, when the 5 heaven and earth attributes were supported by the formation, they formed a stronger and more profound energy. Although the sect of all times had not sneaked in yet, they had already experienced the treatment of the upper realm in advance. Disciples, listen up. Suddenly Jun Changshao said loudly, "Follow me to the upper realm and conquer the world." Yes. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others shouted in unison. Their voices were so loud that it rippled throughout the entire Mount Iron Bone. The camera gave them close-up shots one by one. Their bodies exuded an unyielding aura, and their eyes burned with fighting spirit. Swoosh! Standing in front of the center of the formation, Jun Changshao opened his hands, closed his eyes, and secretly prayed, "Whether we can ascend to the upper realm or not depends on this." The upper realm. I'm here with the sect. Whoosh! The great creation formation that enveloped the entire sect was suddenly activated. Every line and formation seemed to have been injected with a huge amount of energy, shining with a dazzling light. Rumble! Rumble! The peaceful falling star continent suddenly shook, startling all the martial artists, who thought there was an earthquake. When they saw a huge ball of light slowly floating up in the sky, they opened their mouths and widened their eyes. Bam! The huge ball of light flew to the highest point and violently collided with the plane barrier. Then, a deep void crack instantly appeared. Seeing this, the martial artists of the falling star continent were so shocked that they could not be described with words. What's going on? What's going on? What's that huge ball of light? Whoosh! Just as everyone was dumbfounded, the huge ball of light merged into the void crack and disappeared. The sky that was dyed white as day returned to normal. However, the shock that it brought to the world in such a short time would definitely not be quelled in a short time. The next day, the entire falling star continent was in an uproar. This was because the Iron Bone Mountain in the Azure Sun County had disappeared overnight. Along with it, the powerful Eternal Sect had also disappeared. This was definitely an earth-shattering news. After the news spread, everyone associated it with the phenomenon that happened yesterday. Could it be? That's right. Spirit Emperor Du Inqing appeared in the sky and said, "The sect of all times has ascended." As soon as he said that, the entire falling star continent fell into silence. Every martial artist's face stiffened. Everyone had heard of breaking through the void and ascending to the upper realm. For example, the old man of Taixien and the modern Empress Lingyao. However, all of them had ascended alone. Today, a sect had ascended. This was simply a dream. The upper realm. In the majestic hall of the Realm Hall, several dignified old men were frowning at this moment, because they had just discovered from a compass similar to an altar that the universe of the mortal world had been torn apart by some kind of power. Many creatures did not meet the stipulated requirements and were forcibly ascending. The spatial crack is in the falling star continent. Has the number been confirmed? Yes, at least 100,000. It's disgraceful for beings of the lower realm to forcibly ascend to the upper realm before reaching a certain level. Hurry up and inform Empress Lingyao. Tell her to stop these illegal immigrants. Just as the realm hall was discussing, the entire upper realm became lively. The originally calm sky suddenly began to tremble. Gradually, a huge vortex formed, somewhat similar to a spatial tunnel. As for its location, It happened to be on Fengqi Celestial Mountain. It's over, it's over. The old man of Taixin, who had run to another mountain, looked at the huge vortex and broke down. This must be formed by the creation of heaven and earth array. In other words, although more people can be smuggled in with stronger 5 elements, it will also cause a bigger commotion. The realm hall must have discovered it already. The appearance of the vortex tunnel in the sky startled the entire upper realm. Many elders who had been cultivating in seclusion made an exception and came out to witness this unique phenomenon that had never happened before. Interesting, interesting. In front of a lake, a white-haired elder put down the fishing rod in his hand. A meaningful smile appeared on his face. An exquisite token hung on his waist. Because of his clothes and his line of sight, only the word "gu" could be seen. P.S. I drank too much yesterday and couldn't find the mood today. I'll update first. Tomorrow I'll be back to writing the story of Go Xing bringing his disciples to the upper realm. Chapter 1340. The Taixin elder's idea was not bad. Using the upper realm's 5 elements as a source of energy could allow more people to ascend. However, he had overlooked a problem. One person could do it quietly, but what about 100,000 people? Today, Jun Changshao had used his actions to tell him that bringing so many people here would cause a natural phenomenon and make it known to the world. Therefore, the realm hall had already known before he had even arrived. The basic requirement for beings of the lower realm to ascend to the higher realm was to have a strong enough cultivation base. Suddenly, a group of people who did not meet the requirements and tried to force their way in would definitely be stopped. Strangely enough, the realm hall did not send out their elites immediately. Instead, they notified Empress Lingyao. This was quite interesting. Master. The hunchbacked elder frowned. It's the sect of all times who's ascending to the higher realm. The realm hall probably sent you to stop them because they've been too partial to the Starfall continent in the planar battlefield. Sigh. That Jun Changshao fellow really doesn't let people have peace of mind. The hunchbacked elder said angrily. Master, you've helped him resolve the troubles he's caused on the battlefield many times. Now he dares to bring so many people here. Let's go. Empress Lingyao said calmly. Go stop them. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 beams of light flew out of the palace and quickly merged into the depths of the void, heading towards the huge light that was trying to sneak up. After Empress Lingyao and her servant disappeared, a very domineering war chariot gradually formed in the void. The golden-armored man sitting on it said with interest, They won't go easy on us this time, will they? His name was Jin Hao. He was the chief executive who punished Jun Changshao in the planar battlefield. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In the tunnel formed between the lower realm and the higher realm, the huge white light was still breaking through the chains of the heavenly Tao, traveling at an unstoppable speed. Through the light, one could see that it was not a warship or a flying treasure. It was a complete mountain, with tall peaks and high-class buildings. That's right. This was the sect of all times that was trying to sneak in. We finally did it. Jun Changshao stood on the training field and looked at the scene around him, which seemed both real and illusory. He almost danced with joy. My babies, Go Xing said loudly, we have already left the Starfall continent and are on the route to the upper realm. Therefore, a new test awaits you. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others heard this and their eyes flashed with excitement. The upper realm was a sacred place that he didn't even dare to think about. Today, he was on his way there. It really gave him a feeling of being in a dream. Patriarch. Elder Wei frowned. Isn't that a bit too loud? What if the upper realm finds out? It won't happen. Jun Changshao made a solemn vow. Nobody knew when I went up earlier. Brother. It was a person. Now that he had brought the entire sect here, it was a completely different concept. Boom. At this moment, the rapidly ascending Mount Iron Bone seemed to have collided with something. There was a slight tremor, but its speed was not hindered. Instead, it merged into the deeper space tunnel. The system said, "We have left the mortal universe and are entering the upper realms universe system." At this time, it couldn't be said that they had successfully sneaked in, because only by entering the upper realms space system could they be considered to have truly come up. Whoosh whoosh. Mount Ironbone seemed to be shrouded in holy light as it continued to move toward an unknown area. The higher-ups and disciples of the sect also began to imagine what was the difference between the upper realm and the lower realm. What kind of test would they experience in the future? At this moment, the sect was suddenly shrouded in an aura of advancement. Those disciples who were originally stuck in a certain realm showed signs of a breakthrough. The new and extremely powerful attributes of the 5 elements gathered around. The disciples who were not too high in level gained a lot just by absorbing a little of it with the 5 elements heavenly reflection technique. Haha, I've broken through, Wu Huang. I've broken through too. I feel that advancing in level has never been easier. Along the way, more and more disciples entered a higher realm. This made Jun Changshao agree with what the system said earlier. Even if they brought a dog to the upper realm, they could break through to the emperor level just by breathing. At this moment, the calmest person was Yi Xingqian. This was because he had ignored everything and sat cross-legged in his room to circulate his heart technique and physique. He began to absorb the attributes of heaven and earth like crazy. He even had the feeling of touching the 6th grade wuxing. On Spirit Beast Peak, the Purple King covered his face and laughed. The closer the sect was to the upper realms universe system, the weaker the suppression from the heavenly axiom. In terms of strength, it was recovering bit by bit. It was the same for the black and white double ghosts. These 3 brothers relied on their special abilities to sneak in, but their levels were suppressed. The most tragic one was He Wudi. Because he was chased to the point of no return, he stubbornly forced his way to the lower realm. The result was that his level was reset and he had to start from scratch. Did he regret it? He didn't regret it. Instead, he was glad. This was because although his level was gone, he had joined the sect of all times and relied on various mystical martial arts and facilities to strengthen himself again. He was stronger than before in all aspects. Whoosh whoosh. The Iron Bone Mountain continued to rise as the disciples continued to break through. However, just as they were about to enter the upper realms universe system, a powerful force from above stopped the sect's ascension and forced them to stop. Jun Changshao frowned. Yi Xingqian, who was cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze was filled with extreme anger, and even his eyeballs were bloodshot. Jun Changshao. A cold voice came from above the sect. You brought so many people to the upper realm without permission. Are you trying to rebel? The voice contained a strong sense of authority, causing the disciples' hearts to tremble violently. The black and white Rakshases looked at each other and exclaimed, "Ninth transformation?" Whoosh. At this moment, a graceful figure passed through the white light gathered by the formation and hung above the sect. Because of the clouds, it was difficult to see her face clearly. Whoosh whoosh. A vast and supreme aura spread wildly. Not only did it cause the disciples to feel pressured, but it also caused Jun Changxiao's expression to change. He asked, "Who are you?" Empress Lingyao. The entire sect fell silent. This name was heard by all the martial artists in the Starfall continent, and the sect of all times knew even better. It was not because she was awesome, but because she had an emotional entanglement with junior brother Yi in his previous life. "So it's you." Jun Changxiao's eyes flashed with anger. Back then, he was punished in the realm battlefield. She definitely had something to do with it. Before you have absolute strength, forcibly ascending to the upper realm is not allowed, Empress Lingyao said indifferently. So, quickly go down. As if you relied on your strength to ascend. Jun Changshao sneered. He really did not like this woman who relied on her methods and schemes to screw over the 10 great martial emperors one by one before ascending alone. "Cut the crap," Empress Lingyao said indifferently. "I am here on the orders of the Realm Hall to stop you. If you insist on coming up, you will have to bear the consequences." Just as he was about to enter the higher world system, the main quest should have been completed, but Empress Ling Yao had suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and even wanted to represent the higher world to stop him. This made Jun Changshao want to curse. "Of course," Empress Ling Yao said. "If you insist on bringing so many people up, you will have to accept the punishment of the Myriad Tribulation Thunder Formation." Myriad Tribulation Thunder Formation. The black and white Rakshas's expressions changed. Chapter 1341. Since ancient times, anyone who broke through the void and ascended to the upper realm had to go through all sorts of tests. The most common was being struck by lightning, also known as the tribulation. This tribulation came from the upper realm and was formed by the power of the Great Path. Under normal circumstances, the ascender would be struck once, but there were also those who were unlucky enough to be struck multiple times. If they survived, they would ascend successfully, but if not, their souls would be destroyed. The tribulation was not always the same. Because there were always some unruly mortal beings who needed special treatment, the upper realm had created the thunder formation of 10,000 tribulations specifically to entertain those who did not submit to heaven and earth. Jun Changshao had brought his entire sect to the upper realm and was definitely an extremely unruly branch master. It was normal for him to be given special treatment by the thunder formation of 10,000 tribulations. However, the black and white Rakshas's expressions changed. They had heard of this formation that was even scarier than the tribulation. It was said that since its creation, no one had ever succeeded, and their souls were destroyed. Moreover, the thunder formation of 10,000 tribulations had another setting, and that was to increase its power according to the number of lightning bolts. This would eliminate the idea of using special storage treasures to bring martial artists over. The Patriarch had brought 100,000 disciples and was caught red-handed by the Realm Hall. If he had to go through this formations test, then, little brother. The Black Rakshasa hurriedly sent a telepathic message. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. "Let's go back first," Jun Changshao said seriously. "The upper realm has to go. No one can stop us." Half of the 5 types of energy in the formation had been used up. It could not be activated again when they returned to the falling star continent, so the only choice was to force their way through. "I need to remind you," Empress Lingyao said. "The thunder formation of 10,000 tribulations will increase the power of the tribulation according to the number of people. Since you brought so many people here, the test you will have to endure will be, cut the crap," Jun Changshao said proudly. "I'm in a hurry. Hurry up and activate the formation." Although he could not see the face of the woman in front of him, the aura she exuded was invincible. If she attacked him directly, he might not be able to fight back. However, if she used the tribulation to stop him, there was still a glimmer of hope. "Since you are so stubborn, then prepare to be punished by the thunder formation of 10,000 tribulations." After Empress Ling Yao finished speaking, she turned and flew outside. Although she had already noticed Yi Xingchen's presence, she had never taken a look at him. "Master," the hunchbacked elder sent a telepathic message. "I'm afraid that the upper realm has another reason for sending you here to stop them. Won't they resent you for letting them go through the formation of heavenly thunder tribulation?" "I'm just following the procedures they've set. Why would they complain?" Empress Ling Yao asked. The stooped old man fell silent. Swish! Empress Ling Yao flew out of the sect of all times and retracted the power that was suppressing their advance, allowing the Mount of Iron Bones to continue forward with the help of the fortune of heaven and earth grand formation. Buzz! At the border between the lower realm and the upper realm, a formation boundary visible to the naked eye was gradually gathering, and the majestic power of thunder and lightning instantly erupted. This was the formation of 10,000 thunder tribulation. Rather than saying that it was man-made, it would be more accurate to say that it was the last line of defense to prevent mortals from trespassing. Tsk tisk. Standing in front of the thunder matrix that had just been activated, the golden-armored man slowly appeared on the war chariot and said, "The Jia Hall sent you to stop them, meaning to destroy them, but you activated the thunder matrix of 10,000 calamities and let them pass. Am I wrong?" Empress Ling Yao said indifferently. "That's right." The golden-armored man smiled. "It's in line with the rules of the upper realm. But—" He paused, then laughed strangely. "Don't get your hopes up. After all, this is the thunder matrix of 10,000 calamities. It's different from the lightning punishment on the battlefield. If they force their way in, they'll definitely die." Empress Ling Yao said indifferently, "You think I'm helping them by testing them with the thunder matrix? With your strength, you could easily crush these falling star continent martial artists. Why do you have to go through so much trouble?" The golden-armored man shrugged. "Because at least there's a chance of survival. If they force their way in, it'll be as good as legalizing ascension, and the Jia Hall won't say anything." "Jin Hao," Empress Ling Yao said. "People like you who think too much often die young." "Ha ha ha." Jin Hao laughed loudly and said, "You plan to kill me to silence me?" Empress Ling Yao was still shrouded in mist, making it difficult to see her expression. "Is there a problem with me using the thunder matrix of 10,000 calamities to stop a large number of mortals from ascending? That's why I can't compare to you in terms of thinking." Jin Hao spread his hands. "You know how powerful the thunder matrix of 10,000 calamities is. With so many people trying to force their way in, they'll definitely be killed if they get close to the edge of the matrix. If they can't make it in, then they deserve it. If they do, then it's because of luck. You don't have to worry about it." Empress Ling Yao said indifferently. "I won't leave." Jin Hao smiled. "Because the Jia Hall sent me here to supervise. They're afraid that some people will be merciful because we're from the same hometown." Crack, crack, crack. Just then, the thunder matrix of 10,000 calamities flowing light boundary began to spit out lightning snakes, erupting with even more powerful lightning energy wave. This attribute was similar to the lightning punishment that had punished Jun Changshao, but in terms of scale and intensity, it was obviously stronger. "Little brother." The black Rakshasa released his spiritual senses and captured the lightning punishment matrix blocking the space tunnel ahead. He said seriously, "Are you sure you want to go in?" "Yes," Jun Changshao said with a resolute gaze. Time no longer allowed him to start over, so even if it was a mountain of blades and a sea of flames, he had to go in. Moreover, with his rich clinical experience of being struck by lightning, he was at least somewhat confident. "All right." The black Rakshasa clenched his fist. "Big brother will go in with you." "Damn it." The white Rakshasa rolled up his sleeves and cursed. "I've been through a lot of life and death in my life. I've already seen through everything." Both of them knew how terrifying the thunder matrix of 10,000 calamities was, but since their little brother did not back down, as sworn brothers, they naturally had to share the joys and sorrows. Kakik. The Purple King jumped down from Spirit Beast Peak and stood on the training ground, laughing strangely. "I've never played something so exciting. Stealing dragon eggs was fun, but it paled in comparison to this power that represented the will of the upper realm's heavenly axiom." Stomp! Stomp! Elder Wei, Ding Xingwang, and the other upper echelons of the sect walked out. They stood behind Jun Changshao, and their eyes were filled with determination. "Here," Jun Changshao said seriously, "leave it to me and the two guardians." Stomp, stomp, stomp. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the other core disciples walked over and stood behind him, shouting, "We will share honor and disgrace with the sect, advance and retreat together." As they got closer to the thunder matrix that contained the power of the heavenly axiom, the powerful aura made it difficult for them to breathe, but the disciples were not afraid at all. This was because they remembered the first principle of the sect of all times: to be unyielding people and do unyielding things. You guys, Jun Changshao shook his head and looked up at the thunder matrix that represented the authority of the upper realm. He said with a majestic voice, "Then follow me to take the first step of conquering the world." Hoo-hoo! Hoo-hoo-hoo! The Iron Bone Mountain that carried more than 100,000 disciples of the sect of all times charged fearlessly toward the upper realm and toward the thunder matrix of 10,000 calamities that was blocking their way. No matter what the result was, it would eventually become a legend in the mortal world. Chapter 1342. Kaboom! Suddenly, a deafening explosion came from the vortex in the upper realm's sky. Visible ripples spread out from the inside of the vortex. Thunder! That's quite a big commotion. The natural phenomenon alarmed all the powerhouses, so they kept their eyes on the vortex. When they heard the sound and saw the ripples, they started guessing. Wait a minute. Why did the energy that spread out contain the power of the heavenly axiom? Could it be? A relatively strong martial artist thought of something and exclaimed, "This is the Thousand Thunder Tribulation Formation?" That's right. A big shot who could extend his spiritual senses into the tunnel said seriously, "It's the Thousand Thunder Tribulation Formation, and it's already activated. Is someone trying to break into the upper realm? There's more than one. Otherwise, the Thousand Thunder Tribulation Formation wouldn't have been activated. Looks like there's someone in the lower realm who wants to rely on his own strength to fight against the upper realm's rules. It's happened many times over the years, but in the end their souls were all destroyed." Everyone looked at the vortex with interest. They actually hoped that someone would break in. After all, no one had broken this record until now. "It's over, it's over," the Taishan elder said bitterly. "The Realm Hall activated the Thousand Thunder Tribulation Formation to stop that kid from sneaking in with his sect. I'm afraid this dark star will be annihilated before it even has time to shine." He still thought highly of Jun Changshao, so he was willing to lend him 5 heaven and earth attribute. However, if he died, wouldn't the IOU in his hands be wasted? Boom! Boom! Frequent thunder came from the vortex again. The rhythm was so fast that it made everyone's scalp tingle. Actually, there were many ascenders in the upper realm. They had all personally experienced the pain of being hit by the thunder tribulation. Boom! Boom! The sound of thunder stopped after the 9th time. It's over. 9 lightning tribulations. Mortals simply can't withstand it. However, to be able to withstand so many means that the ascenders are quite strong. Boom, boom, boom. Just as everyone was discussing, a new round of thunderclaps rang out, and the interval between each one was shorter than the previous one. Their souls weren't destroyed? The formation of heavenly thunder tribulation is still in operation. The martial artists from the upper realm were stunned. As more and more thunderous sounds interweaved into a beautiful rhythm, their expressions gradually froze. Boom boom. 36 times, 37 times, boom boom boom. 123 times, 124 times, thunder continued to roar in the vortex. While the cultivators were in a daze, they were also memorizing the number of times they had been struck by the thunder tribulation. After 200 strikes, they entered a short period of silence again. "I'll go. Is he still human?" He endured 200 lightning tribulations before he was killed. Boom! 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 The martial artists who thought it was over heard a series of thunderclaps. Their expressions stiffened and they felt a heavy blow to their hearts. If it weren't for the fact that their strength didn't allow them to do so, they would have flown into the tunnel a long time ago to personally witness which great god was forcefully ascending through the tribulation. Tsk tisk. The white-haired elder sitting in front of the lake's murky eyes seemed to be able to pierce through the void. He muttered, This group of little fellows' willpower isn't bad. If they come to the higher realms and nurture them a bit, they should be able to become great talents. He focused his gaze on the young man with a bald head who looked like a leader. He said in surprise, "This kid's equipment is a bit special. In terms of level, it doesn't seem to be inferior to the warship I created." Speaking of warships, the elder stroked his chin and muttered to himself, "Has the warship I left in the dimensional battlefield been found by the martial artists of the mortal realms?" Boom! Boom! In the space tunnel, bolts of lightning tore through the air. The originally dark environment was rendered as bright as day. The scene was so shocking that it couldn't be described with words. However, in this environment filled with the power of the Great Path and the Thunder Tribulation, the Iron Bone Mountain shrouded in white light was like a lone boat in a stormy sea that could be destroyed at any time. At this moment, the white light wasn't gathered by the creation of heaven and earth great array. Instead, it was an energy barrier gathered by Jun Changshao, who was wearing the Xianyuan divine armor, the great sage set, and other equipment. The black and white Rakshasas stood on both sides and also fully activated their cultivation to support him against the Thunder Tribulation. Their strength wasn't inferior to Jun Changshao's. It wasn't a problem for them to resist the Thunder Tribulation that contained the power of the Great Path. However, if they continued to resist, even if they weren't struck to death, they would be exhausted to death first. The Purple King's expression was ferocious as he hovered in another direction. He didn't cultivate martial arts and couldn't help support the barrier. Hence, he could only take off his clothes and guard the other place where the Thunder Tribulation struck. The main point of attack was the area where Jun Changshao was. He had only withstood 3 strikes in total. However, because he used his fists to resist, the damage to his soul was so exhilarating that it felt like exploding. Boom! All of a sudden, another bolt of tribulation lightning shot towards him. Pfft! Although the Purple King received it, he was still blasted to the ground and immediately spat out blood. Boom! Another bolt of lightning struck from the sky. Its power was as strong as ever. This made him roar angrily, "I'm going to get serious now." Huff! 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 A violent demonic aura emerged from his body, and a body that was dozens of feet tall stood above the Sect gate, resisting the power of the Thunder Punishment. Z activated his true form and transformed into the purple vast Dao Kuan. The red underwear on the tip of his fins was especially eye-catching. While the Hall Master, Guardian, and Hall Master were resisting the Thunder Tribulation, the disciples of the Sect of all times weren't idle either. At this moment, they were either gathered at the martial arts practice field or at the various mountain peaks. They began to set up the 4 Seas Heaven and Earth formation tacitly. Drizzle Peak, deployment complete. Medical Peak, deployment complete. Array Formation Peak, deployment complete. War Cavalry Peak, deployment complete. Food Peak, deployment complete. When the voices sounded from the various mountain peaks, Shuirengue, who was at the martial arts practice field, raised the battle flag and shouted, "Form the formation." Swish! Swish! Light rays shot up into the sky and connected with each other automatically. Buzz! In an instant, a large-scale 4 Seas Heaven and Earth formation formed with the participation of all the disciples of the Sect. It was like a Sect-protecting formation, forming a sturdy defensive barrier around Iron Bone Mountain. After Jun Changshao obtained this formation, he had fantasized about the day when the entire Sect would collectively set it up. Today, when he barged into the upper realm, he finally got to see it as he wished. Boom! Boom! The Thunder Tribulation, which represented the authority of the upper realm, blasted mercilessly on the 4 Seas Heaven and Earth formation's flowing light barrier. The impact caused all the participating disciples to look ferocious. "Charge out!" Jun Changshao shouted angrily, "Share the Thunder Tribulation's power with them as much as possible." Swish! Swish! The black and white Rakshasa rushed out from the formation. The two of them hovered at the forefront and unleashed their full cultivation, trying their best to resist the thunder tribulation. Jun Changshao was about to fly out when the rose of flowers pounced over and hugged him from behind. She pressed her face against his back and said gently, "Let me assist you." Huff, huff. Green attributes instantly spread out. Swish. Jun Changshao flew out from it and hovered outside the formation set up by the disciples. His pupils and eyebrows had all changed color. "He's here. He's here." Fusion Lord rose. Although the Rose of Flowers' current strength was inferior to Jun Changshao's, as a professional support clan, it could still provide him with a very good increase in strength. Boom! Boom! Two thunder tribulations with terrifying pressure spewed out from the thunder formation. Jun Changshao waved one hand and the Sky Tyrant's spear appeared out of thin air. His body was enveloped by all kinds of energy as he rushed up and roared angrily, "No one can stop me!" Ding! The main quest is completed. Calculating. Chapter 1343. The 10,000 Tribulation Heavenly Thunder Formation activated by Empress Ling Yao happened to be at the critical point of the upper world's universe system. Jun Changshao and the others resisted the lightning strikes as they struggled to move forward. In other words, although he and his sect had not yet merged into the new plane, they had already merged into the new universe system. Hence, they had fulfilled the mission's conditions and successfully entered the end of the mission. The timing was very delicate, because if Empress Ling Yao had placed a little lower to stop Jun Changshao from entering the lower realms universe system, they would have had to go through the lightning formation to complete the mission. Go Xing was not in the mood to think about the mission. Although he had fulfilled the criteria, he and his sect were still in great danger. "Stupid," the system said. "After the mission is over, the bomb will be gone and the host can return to the lower realm." Jun Changshao's eyes lit up. The reason he could not wait to come up was that there were only a few dozen days left for the bomb. Why should he rush to the upper realm after the mission was over? Holding out until the mission was over was a good idea. But, after taking the two lightning strikes, Jun Changshao clenched his fists and looked up at the lightning formation. He said angrily, "Since I'm here, how can I not destroy this thing?" Humans were all hot-blooded, and Go Xing was no exception. Hence, this formation that represented the authority of the upper realm must be destroyed today to slap Empress Ling Yao's face and the Jietang's face. If Yi Xingchen knew what the Patriarch was thinking, he would have roared, "You told me to hold it in and now you're the one who can't control your emotions." Boom! Boom! The power of the lightning strikes fell like crazy. Some of it was blocked by Jun Changshao and the black and white Rakshasa, while the rest was neutralized by the four corners heaven and earth formation. "It's too slow," Jin Hao said. "If it were me, there would have been thousands of lightning strikes." Empress Ling Yao said, "The original intention of the upper realm ancestors when they created this formation was not to kill, but to leave a glimmer of hope in the midst of despair." "Fine, fine," Jin Hao said, "pretend I didn't say anything." Actually, there was nothing wrong with Empress Ling Yao's punishment. She had been releasing the lightning punishment step by step. The only reason she couldn't do anything to the sect of all times was because they were truly capable. "This is just the beginning." Jin Hao crossed his arms and said with interest, "Entering the core area of the lightning array is a real nightmare. At that time, Your Majesty, please don't go easy on him." "I've always been following the rules of the World Hall," Empress Ling Yao said. "Yes." Jin Hao smiled and said, "Taking advantage of the loopholes in the Jia Hall to do things." Ever since this guy had appeared, he had been speaking in a sarcastic manner, which made Empress Ling Yao very unhappy. But because of the Realm Hall, she could only choose to remain silent. Boom! Boom! Sure enough, as the Iron Bone Mountain continued to advance, the number, speed, and power of the thunder punishment power were even faster than before. One after another, disciples were shaken to the point of spitting out blood. Fortunately, the four corners heaven and earth formation that Zhuzong had set up was very strong. It withstood the lightning punishment all the way up. This kind of formation that used people as the eye of the formation depended on the number and strength of the formation. Therefore, the situation now was that the entire sect of all times was working together to resist the will of the upper realm. Ask loudly, who in the mortal universe could do that? Although the four corners heaven and earth formation exploded with great power, the thunder punishment power was still a great threat to them. More and more disciples were injured from resisting the terrifying power of the upper realm. When they were about to collapse, they could only take healing pills to keep going. This kind of pill could only be taken once in a short period of time. Therefore, if the thunder punishment power continued to increase in speed, the formation would eventually be broken. Jun Changshao and the twin ghosts of Black and White wanted to share the burden, but there were also many thunder punishment power that were attacking them. They couldn't do anything. The saddest one was the Purple King. The advantage of transforming into his true form was that his defense was greatly increased. However, with a larger body, he could withstand more attacks. Boom, boom, boom. The Great Hall Master Z tried his best to share more of the thunder punishment power with his huge body, but he was screaming in pain from the explosions. This was also thanks to the fact that he was already in the upper realm universe system. The restrictions that once suppressed his strength were slowly being lifted. Otherwise, he would have died long ago. Therefore, Jun Changxiao's main mission met the requirements, but based on the current situation, the sect of all times under the 10,000 Tribulation Thunder Formation had no chance of surviving at all, unless they had the help of an expert. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the main mission. You have gained abundant martial arts experience points. Ding. The host has successfully broken through to the upper level of the void-piercing state. Ding. As the host has successfully completed the main mission, the soul bomb will be removed immediately. Hearing the notification of the completion of the mission, Jun Changshao didn't feel any joy. Instead, he roared in despair, "Why is there no reward at all?" Although advancing to the upper level of the void-piercing state could better resist the thunder punishment power, there was no way to reverse the situation. Ding. The host has completed the mortal world main mission and is now in the upper realm. You have met the requirements. The upper realm version of the strongest sect system is officially activated. Please purchase the upper realm version gift pack in the purchased items section. Jun Changshao hurriedly opened the purchased items section and immediately found an item called the upper realm version gift pack. The purchase requirement was 1 contribution point. This price was very cheap. Ding. The host has spent 1 contribution point and obtained the Upper Realm version gift pack X1. It has been transferred into the spatial ring. Ding. Sect contribution points 200000. In this situation where the sect could completely collapse at any time, Jun Changshao opened the gift pack without any hesitation. Ding. The host has opened the newbie gift pack. Obtained Escape Talisman X1, Vajra Talisman X1, Flight Talisman X1, Seal Opening Talisman X1. Hearing the notification, Jun Changshao almost broke down. Damn it. Didn't the Escape Talisman, Endurance Talisman, and Speed Talisman from the Mortal World newbie gift pack change their names? There is definitely a difference, the system said. Jun Changshao was no longer a martial arts newbie. From the name, he could roughly determine that the brand new talisman from the gift pack was definitely only suitable for a single person and could not resolve the current danger. Right. Since the system of the upper realm version gave the gift pack, there must be a wish. Jun Changshao roared in his heart, "My wish is to be the boss of the upper realm." Ding. Dream on. I want to be the top powerhouse of the upper realm. Ding. In your dreams. These words did not come from the system's assistants but from the system itself. Although the words were simple, they hit the nail on the head and caused a ton of damage to Jun Changshao. Ding. The host has broken through to the upper level of the void-piercing state. Requirement met. Epic mission activated. Just as Go Xing was thinking about his wish, another notification sounded in his ears. He hurriedly pulled open the mission panel and clicked on the details. Upper Realm Epic Mission 1. Mission Details. The host must lead the sect to successfully pass through the 10,000 Thunder Tribulation formation so that he and his disciples will have the legal identity of ascension. Mission Failure. Unable to pass through the 10,000 Thunder Tribulation formation or choose to escape. Mission Reward? Fine. The system was speechless. The host has to pass through now. You're poisoning me again. Jun Changshao roared. Although he appeared to be very stubborn just now and insisted on fighting the 10,000 Thunder Tribulation formation to the end, in reality, he already had a choice in his heart. If it did not work out, he would retreat. After all, where there was life, there was hope. Now it was fine. As soon as the words came out of the poison milk's mouth, an epic mission that no one was allowed to jump out of the car after the door was welded shut was immediately presented. Can you blame me? The system roared. Forget it, forget it. After Jun Changshao received a few more lightning strikes, he roared in his heart, My wish is to help me and the sect pass through the 10,000 Thunder Tribulation formation smoothly. Ding. The host's wish of the upper realm has been fulfilled. A modified lightning rod is rewarded. Chapter 1344. When he heard the reward's first wish, Jun Changshao's expression gradually stiffened. I'm being struck by lightning, and you're helping me by giving me a lightning rod. Can't you be more serious? The host chose it. The system said, It's reasonable. Boom. Boom. At this moment, more and more powerful lightning punishment forces emerged from the sky. Jun Changshao had no time to think. He hurriedly took out a lightning rod that looked like a small stick from his space ring and raised it shyly. Whoosh! Suddenly, the weapon in his hand changed and turned into a scepter. The top was in the shape of a cross and the top was in the shape of a spear. It seemed to have the effect of avoiding lightning. At first glance, it looked like an ancient halberd. She's quite pleasing to the eye. Jun Chang smiled. At least it looked better than the finger of wisdom. Even if the effect was only to avoid lightning, it could be used as a weapon to show off. Right! This is a divine modification. It should have special effects. Jun Changshao took the opportunity to take a look and found that there was a groove on it. It was obviously a switch to activate the special effects. As more lightning punishment was about to strike, he didn't have time to study it. He hurriedly raised the divine modified lightning rod high and thought to himself, The second first wish equipment, please don't let me down. Boom. 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 At this moment, 20 lightning punishment forces fell, and the explosion and light produced instantly engulfed him. The black and white double Rakshasa were dumbfounded. Because the 5 lightning punishment forces that were originally aimed at them suddenly changed their trajectory and hit the little brother next to them. The Purple King, who was in his original form, also stopped screaming. Because the lightning punishment that was attacking him also changed its trajectory and hit the Patriarch. To be exact, 20 lightning punishment forces fell from different directions, but in a short moment, as if they were attracted by some force, they all rushed to Jun Changshao's area. It was as if they were born to be struck by lightning. Boom boom boom. Boom 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 boom. The thunder formation of 10,000 calamities was still crazily spewing out lightning punishment forces. Although they came from different directions and could reach a certain range of Iron Bone Mountain, they would always be pulled to Jun Changshao's area and then bombarded. The black and white Rakshasa relaxed. The Purple King and the disciples of the sect of all times were relieved. Then they looked on with great interest as the Patriarch was struck by lightning. Tsk tisk. Jin Hao grinned and said, "This kid must have done something that angered the heavens and the people in the mortal plane. Otherwise, he wouldn't be taken care of like this by the formation." Empress Ling Yao remained silent. The hunchbacked old man standing behind her shook his head. That brat and the entire sect were gradually entering the core area of the array formation, and they were being specifically targeted. The result was certain death. Patriarch, the faces of Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others turned ferocious. They blamed themselves for being too weak and being unable to resolve the lightning tribulation for the Patriarch during the crisis. "Don't worry." Suddenly, Jun Changshao used telepathy to at everyone and said, "I'm completely fine." The disciples were stunned for a moment, then ecstasy appeared on their faces. The Patriarch was being bombarded by lightning and light, so it was difficult to see him clearly, so they couldn't be sure that he was safe. Now that they heard his voice and that he was normal, they were relieved. The thing that little brother took out just now should be able to withstand the lightning tribulation. This might have something to do with Senior Tonggu. The black and white Rakshasa guessed. He Woody thought, is the Patriarch unable to resist using the treasure left behind by Senior Qishuan to resolve the formation of tribulation heavenly thunder? Yi Xingchen and the Purple King were also imagining things. Whoosh whoosh. The lightning tribulation continued to strike, and the Iron Bone Mountain continued to rise until it finally entered the core area. Boom 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 boom. In an instant, lightning appeared from all directions, and the number increased from a few dozen to a few hundred. Then, they struck from all directions without any blind spots, and the scene that appeared instantly tore the space apart. "It's over," Jin Hao said lazily. The core area of the formation of tribulation heavenly thunder was undoubtedly the most dangerous place. Not to mention a mortal martial artist, even a powerhouse from the upper realm would have to bear the consequences. Boom boom boom. The sound of the lightning tribulation's bombardment became extremely frequent, and it was transmitted through the space tunnel in the upper realm, causing many martial artists' expressions to change. They couldn't remember how many times they had been struck, but the only thing they could be sure of was that since the formation of tribulation heavenly thunder was still operating and was emitting a huge commotion, it meant that the guy struck by lightning was still alive. Since when did the lower realm have such an awesome existence? "Who is it?" The martial artists from the upper realm were very interested in the intruder, and even a little impressed. After all, it was inconceivable that he could withstand such a large-scale bombardment until now. Of course, more people were silently mourning in their hearts. After all, such frequent bombardment meant that the other party had already entered the core area of the lightning formation. Since ancient times, no one had successfully survived. The white-haired old man sitting in front of the lake watched everything unfold in the space tunnel and then said in surprise, "This kid is a little interesting. He's still alive after enduring for so long. It's a pity that I have no intention of taking him in as a disciple. Otherwise, I would save such a good seedling even if I have to offend the Realm Hall." Inside the formation of tribulation heavenly thunder, all kinds of energy exploded, and the light was as bright as day, but it couldn't stop the Iron Bone Mountain from moving up bit by bit. Jin Hao, who had been smiling, was a little stunned, because from beginning to end, all the lightning tribulation's bombardment had been directed at the area where the kid was. That's not right. With such a scale of attack, he should have been reduced to ashes long ago. But why was the lightning tribulation's power still surging forward, and not spreading out to attack the moving mountain? Boom! Boom! The lightning tribulation's power was still going, but it was beginning to weaken, and the number gradually fell to 150, 20. Jin Hao's expression was unusually ugly, because the reduction of the lightning tribulation's power meant that the mountain carrying the sect had already passed the core area. "You saw it too," Empress Lingyao said calmly. "I have been carrying out my punishment according to the rules, but I still can't do anything about this sect that has forcefully ascended. Jin Hao's expression turned even uglier. The entire punishment process and the control of the formation of tribulation heavenly thunder were flawless, and there was no way she was going easy on them. Whoosh whoosh. Just then, the iron bone mountain carrying 100,000 people passed through the edge of the lightning formation, which meant that the sect of all times had successfully passed the tribulation. Hiss 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 hiss. The lightning in the bombardment area gradually weakened, and Jun Changshao floated proudly in midair, his hands behind his back as he looked at Empress Ling Yao, his gaze cold. I have successfully brought my disciple through the lightning formation. What else does the realm hall have to say? According to the rules of the upper world, any living being who has passed the formation of tribulation heavenly thunder is considered to have ascended legally, so… Empress Ling Yao paused. You may pass. Farewell. Jun Changshao said coldly. Whoosh whoosh. The iron bone mountain continued to move towards the whirlpool that connected to the upper world under the guidance of the creation of heaven and earth. Jun Changshao. Empress Ling Yao said, the one sitting on the chariot is Jin Hao, who was in charge of punishing you in the realm battlefield. Jun Changshao turned to look at the arrogant golden-armored man, his lips curling into a faint smile. Jin Hao said coldly, Kid, you're lucky that you didn't die under the power of the lightning tribulation, but remember, when you come to the upper world, you must behave yourself. Don't do anything wrong and fall into my hand. He tue. Jun Changshao spat a mouthful of phlegm. He tue. All the disciples imitated the sect master and began to puke. Jin Hao was so angry that he almost flew over and slapped all these trash from the mortal world to death. Golden-haired. Jun Changshao raised his hand and crooked his finger. Come, come, after I settle the iron bone mountain in the upper world, we'll fight one-on-one. The black and white Rakshases almost collapsed. Little brother, you were able to withstand the formation of myriad tribulation heavenly thunder for such a long time, which is indeed very shocking. But this golden-armored man in front of you is at least in the 9th revolution. Aren't you tired of living if you fight him one-on-one? Are you sure? Jin Hao asked. Jun Changshao said proudly, I'm sure, and sure. Jin Hao looked at Empress Ling Yao and shrugged. He was the one who declared war. I'm not the one bullying him. Chapter 1345. Jun Changshao did not know that Jin Hao was the one who was punished in the interdimensional battlefield, but he knew that Empress Ling Yao must have her reasons for mentioning it. Could it be that the two of them were not on good terms? She wanted him to think about it first so that she could kill him with a borrowed knife? This woman was not simple. He had just ascended and she was already scheming against him. If that was the case, he would do as she wished. And so, Jun Changshao challenged Jin Hao to a one-on-one battle. Was Go Xing getting a little carried away? No, he knew better than anyone that breaking through the thunder formation of 10,000 tribulations did not mean that he could fight against the upper realm cultivators. That formation was only used to prevent mortals from sneaking into the upper realm. Although its power was terrifying, it could not be compared to a reincarnation core cultivator. The reason he challenged him was to test out the effects of the divine modified lightning rod. When he was bombarded by the lightning tribulation, not only was he unscathed, but the grooves were even brighter now. This meant that the first wish equipment could not only avoid lightning, but also condense lightning. Since he had snuck into the upper realm legally, he would not cause trouble. Could he just go through the procedure and challenge him? Yes. Because the upper realm was also very particular about martial arts, challenges were often sacred matters. To put it bluntly, Jun Changshao not only wanted to test the power of the lightning rod, he also wanted to return the frustration of being struck by lightning. The black and white Rakshases did not know, so Jin Hao was speechless when the patriarch challenged him. The reincarnation core cultivators who had reached the 9th transformation in the upper realm were not as simple as the 1st rank to 9th rank in the mortal world. The difference between each transformation was huge, and a second transformation cultivator could even beat a few first transformation cultivators. Little brother was only at the void-piercing realm, and he wanted to fight the highest ninth transformation cultivators. Was he not looking for death? Empress Lingyao was also surprised that Jun Changshao would challenge Jin Hao. This kid is only at the void-piercing realm. If you feel proud of beating him, you can agree, she said calmly. Jin Hao smiled. Of course I wouldn't care about a piece of trash who just ascended. But the problem is that he challenged me. How can I be afraid of a battle? Now that they have ascended legally, the rest has nothing to do with me. Empress Lingyao led the old man away. Lingyao. Yi Xingqian finally lost control of his emotions. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth with bloodshot eyes. Just you wait. Ever since that woman appeared, he had always treated himself as invisible and suppressed his anger because he knew that he was not worth mentioning in front of her. It had to be said that Anyo was more mature and steady than before. However, when he saw that Jun Changshao dared to declare war against an extremely powerful guy, he couldn't bear it any longer. Sigh. It wasn't easy for such an arrogant person to become normal, but under the influence of the patriarch, he started to go astray again. Therefore, in order to be a normal person in the sect of all times, one had to have Lu Qianqian's state of mind. TSK. Jin Hao grinned. You seem to have a story with him. Although Empress Lingyao had stopped, her back was still facing Yi Xingqian. I don't know this person. With that, he disappeared into the void with the hunchbacked old man. Jin Hao looked at Jun Changshao and said, I'll wait for you in the upper realm. Don't stand me up. Whoosh. The war chariot turned around and merged into the void. Seeing that they had all left, Jun Changshao turned around and said, Anyo, you were too impulsive. Yi Xingqian wanted to say that he was nothing compared to the patriarch, but he still chose to return to his residence and shut himself in his room. Empress Lingyao's appearance made him realize that there was a huge gap between them. Therefore, when he went to the upper realm, he had to train even harder. Whoosh! In the sky, the Iron Bone Mountain flew out of the vortex and slowly landed on Fengqi Celestial Mountain. The cultivators who had been guessing all this time saw the mountain descending and the many uniformed people gathered on it. Their expressions became more and more interesting. Could these be the mortals who had forcefully ascended? There were too many of them. And if they could fly in, did they pass the tribulation successfully? Those powerful cultivators had already seen what was happening inside. They all exclaimed. They resisted the thunder formation of 10,000 calamities and forced their way in. This sect supported by the mountain is not simple. Kaboom! Under everyone's gaze, the Iron Bone Mountain from the falling star continent finally landed on an empty space on Fengqi Celestial Mountain. The energy around it was also depleted by the formation. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Whoosh 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 whoosh. All kinds of heaven and earth elements in the upper realm rushed in like waves and quickly covered the entire Iron Bone Mountain. Under the creation formation of heaven and earth, only the 5 elements existed. Now that they were in a new world, there were many more elements. The Taishan elder's mouth twitched. He did not expect that guy to come up after such a big commotion, and the Realm Hall used the thunder formation of 10,000 calamities to stop them. The most infuriating thing was that the entire mountain was stacked on top of Fengqi Celestial Mountain. They were obviously trying to steal his territory. Forget it. Anyway, he was indifferent to fame and fortune and focused on studying the art of divination. Since this guy brought the entire sect here, he might as well give this place to him. No! The Taishan elder slapped his forehead and exclaimed, the Sword Mystic faction and the Sharp Blade Mystic faction will definitely come. Swoosh! He hurriedly flew towards Fengqi Celestial Mountain. He thought that the supernova he thought highly of would die under the lightning tribulation. Now that he had successfully come up, he would definitely have great achievements in the future. He naturally could not watch him get bullied by the mystic factions. Therefore, at this time, the role of a fellow villager would be reflected. At least, they would help him when he was in danger. I am the Taishin elder. I am panicking now. Because he had come to his territory and was about to tell that guy to be more careful in the future, a war chariot suddenly appeared above the mountain. A golden armored man whose strength had reached the 9th transformation stage was sitting on it. From his clothes, he must be from the realm hall. From his aura, he must have come with ill intentions. Time to run, time to run. The Taishin elder was about to pick up his luggage and leave again when he heard Jun Changshao say, "Master, please be my witness today. I want to fight with this person." Master? The black and white Rakshasa, He Wudi, and the Purple King all looked over. They realized that although the old man gave off the feeling of an immortal, he did not seem to be very strong. Therefore, they muttered in their hearts, "Could it be that the patriarch has more than one master?" Jin Hao looked at the Taishin elder with interest and said, "So he is your disciple." The Taishin elder almost vomited blood. He hurriedly pointed at Go Shing and roared, "He is not my disciple, I am not his master." Because this kid had taken the blame for many things for no reason. Now, he even dared to challenge the Realm Hall martial artist. If this continued, he would not be able to keep a low profile in the upper realm in the future. Jin Hao said, "If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. If you teach a disciple who is struck by lightning as a master, I am afraid you will not be content." The Taishin elder almost burst into tears. Jun Changshao said indifferently, "If you want to fight, then fight. Don't talk so much nonsense." Chapter 1346. The epic quest had been completed after passing through the Thunder Array, and it was now in the settlement period. Jun Changshao couldn't wait to challenge Jin Hao, whose strength had reached the 9th transformation. It was indeed a bit too much. "Can husband win?" Rose of Flowers' voice sounded in his ear. The two were still in a merged state, so Go Shing's eyebrows and eyes were still green. Fortunately, he didn't have hair, or he would definitely be laughed at. "I want to fight him one-on-one." Jun Changshao said, "You go out." Rose of Flowers said, "It's okay, he can't sense it." Jin Hao really didn't see this kind of husband and wife duo behavior, but even if he knew, he wouldn't care. After all, the mortal world martial artists, who had just come up from the lower realm, were only at the void-piercing realm. Even if there were 100 of them, it wouldn't be enough to trample them. "Don't blame me if you get hurt later," Jun Changshao said unhappily. Rose of Flowers smiled and said, "Are you worried that I'll get hurt? If so, then I'll go out." These words almost made Go Shing refute with, "Who cares if you get hurt?" But in the end, he suppressed it and changed his words. "I'm afraid that you'll hinder my performance." "Understood." Rose of Flowers said, "Husband is worried that I'll get hurt, so fight him one-on-one. I'll cheer for you from behind." Whoosh whoosh. The green attribute emerged from Jun Changshao's body, and then gradually condensed into a graceful figure on the martial arts practice field. Without the support of the soul race's magical ability, Go Shing's eyebrows and eyes returned to normal, and his strength decreased greatly. It didn't matter. In any case, he didn't plan to use martial arts to challenge the golden-haired man from the beginning, because his strength didn't allow it. Shwa. Jun Changshao took out his flying sword and flew out of Mount Ironbone. Then, he stopped on a mountain peak and said, "Let's fight here." The Taishin old man almost cursed out loud, because the place Go Shing chose to fight was the mountain he used to live in. Although he didn't plan to keep it, after all, he had lived in it for thousands of years, and there were definitely feelings. Swish. Jin Hao drove the war chariot over and said condescendingly, "Arrogant and ignorant brat, who gave you the courage to challenge a 9th revolution reincarnation core realm?" "Empress Ling Yao," Jun Changshao said. He had been tricked by that woman right from the start, so he definitely had to pay her back. Although it was very low-end and childish, perhaps there was something wrong with the other party's brain, and she would believe it. Jin Hao's interest was piqued. You brought the entire sect and tried to sneak into the upper realm. You must have planned this beforehand. According to the rules of the upper realm, breaking through the formation of heavenly thunder calamity is equivalent to legal ascension. Please remove the word illegal, Jun Changshao said lightly. All right. Jin Hao jumped down from the chariot and stood 10 feet away. He placed his hands behind his back and said, You can make your move now. Although he did not unleash his cultivation, the aura that he inadvertently left behind made Jun Changshao feel even more pressure, so he thought to himself, How strong is this guy? The system said, Killing you is as easy as pie. Jun Changshao said, Are you just going to stand there and let me hit you? That's right. Jin Hao said lightly. Swoosh. Jun Changshao suddenly rushed over and gathered all his spiritual energy into his fist. He said, Then I shall accept your offer. His punch was very powerful. If it was in the mortal universe, it would have been earth-shattering. However, because the upper realm space system was stronger, it only stirred up a storm. Too weak. Jin Hao shook his head. Whoosh. Suddenly, the power gathered in Jun Changshao's right fist skyrocketed, and it carried a very special energy. Ever since they met in the space tunnel, until now at Fengqi Celestial Mountain, Jin Hao's every word and action was full of disdain and arrogance toward Gosheng. Therefore, he had already met the requirements to kill with one punch. Whoosh whoosh. This was the first time a special secret manual from a supreme item had appeared in the upper realm. Although it did not cause much of a stir due to the strength of the space, the aura that it emitted was very strong. Jin Hao, who had been indifferent all this while, frowned slightly and raised his palm to meet it. Boom! In an instant the area where the two of them were suddenly erupted with violent airwaves. The ground gradually cracked, the mountain trembled violently, and the inside of the cave that had existed for thousands of years was also damaged to varying degrees. The Taishan elder did not have time to feel sorry for his former residents. He kept his eyes fixed on the area filled with dust and airwaves, and his gaze became solemn. Judging from the airwaves that erupted from the little guy's punch just now, it was obvious that it had surpassed the level of the void-piercing realm. Tsk tisk. Jin Hao's indifferent voice came from the dust and airwave. I didn't expect that a void-piercing realm trash would have such a strong martial art. Whoosh. The wind blew, and the battle area was clearly visible. Jun Changshao stood in front of Jin Hao in a bombardment position, and the latter caught his fist with his palm. He used one punch to kill, but it did not do anything to his opponent. No. At least he was pushed back by one step. Jun Changshao looked expressionless, but his heart was crumbling. He said that he could kill everything with one punch, but why did it not work after he came to the upper realm? The system was speechless. If the host wants to change to the first or second transformation, maybe you can catch him off guard and succeed, but against this kind of top-notch ninth transformation, there is really no hope of killing him instantly. Of course. It hurriedly comforted him. After all, it was obtained in the mortal realm. Maybe the host will be lucky in the future, and can refresh the store, and buy the upper realm version. I hope so. Jun Changshao adjusted his state of mind, and then, boom! Suddenly, violent energy erupted outside the Taishan elder's cave. Gosheng's whole body had already crashed into the wall in the distance, and many meridians in his body were damaged. He could not suppress it and spat out blood. Husband! Patriarch! Rows of Flowers, Li Qingyang, and the others immediately panicked. Jin Hao retracted the energy waves he released and shook his head. Kid, I don't care how majestic you are in the lower realm. After coming to the upper realm, you must learn how to be a grandson. The difference between Gosheng and him was too great. It was so great that he did not even make a move. He only released a little bit of his aura and was sent flying, injured to the point of spitting out blood. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the power of a ninth transformation core powerhouse would be if he fully unleashed his cultivation. Sorry. Jun Changshao straightened his back and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. I was born a master. You need to be a grandson. This sentence angered Jin Hao, and a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Swoosh! At this moment, Jun Changshao raised his hand, and a halberd-like weapon appeared out of thin air. He said, "You're the one in charge of punishing me in the dimensional battlefield?" Jin Hao spread his hands and said regretfully, "Unfortunately, I didn't kill you." Whoosh! Suddenly, an extremely dazzling beam of light shot out from the halberd-like weapon. It was so fast that it could be described as a flash of lightning. Tisk! Jin Hao sneered, and then his muscles froze. Not only did the beam of light contain extremely powerful lightning elements, but it also contained extremely terrifying heavenly energy. When Jun Changshao used the divine modified lightning rod to barge into the tribulation lightning formation, he was struck a total of 2,230 times. The essence of each lightning tribulation was beaten and gathered in his internal space. After a period of nourishment and transformation, it finally formed a brand new type of energy. Whoosh! The energy beam, which contained thousands of lightning tribulations, shot out at lightning speed. Not only did it accurately hit Jin Hao, but it also easily passed through his chest and extended hundreds of miles away. The entire process was unusually calm. It did not even cause a stir. Only when the afterimages in the air gradually dissipated did the Taishan elder open his eyes wide. He opened his mouth and blurted out in disbelief, "What's going on?" Jin Hao's face was blank. Then, he looked down with difficulty. When he saw that his chest had been pierced, he felt a heart-wrenching pain. "Little brat." Jin Hao looked up, his eyes almost popping out of their socket. You wait." Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, he had already disappeared. "It can't be?" Jun Changshao held his head and said, "His chest was pierced. How is he still alive?" Chapter 1347. Jun Changshao didn't expect that Jin Hao, who had his chest pierced, actually ran away. Or was his heart in the wrong place? Sigh. Goxing shook his head and said, "It's a pity that I didn't kill him." "Isn't the first wish equipment awesome?" the system asked. "Awesome is awesome." Jun Changshao raised the modified lightning rod and looked at the dimmed groove. He said helplessly, "But the energy is gone in one hit. How can I use it in the future?" "Nonsense." The system said, "The hard-to-retract blade still needs the opening seal talisman." Jun Changshao was speechless. "At least it'll be given when I do missions. Where am I going to recharge this thing in the future? Am I supposed to die every day and go against the Realm Hall's lightning tribulation? Why do you keep thinking about the lightning tribulation instead of using the lightning element as a replacement?" the system asked. "Right." Jun Changshao slapped his head and said, "I can find a replacement." To be able to directly pierce through Jin Hao's chest and force him to flee with injuries, the modified lightning rod given by the first wish proved its strength. Goxing also believed that this would be another powerful trump card after the hard-to-retract blade. "Elder Zhen," Jun Changshao said loudly, "set up a lightning array outside the sect." One. Lightning arrays rose from the ground in Fengqi Celestial Mountain. Boom, boom, boom. Jun Changshao was in the middle of it. He raised the modified lightning rod to guide the lightning, but it was bombarded for a long time. The groove was still in a dull state. It was obviously useless. The system said, "The level is too low. It's hard to charge." Jun Changshao broke down. There were still many things to do when the sect ascended. He didn't think too much about how to charge the lightning rod. Instead, he went to the main hall and gathered all the higher-ups and disciples. "We're now in the upper realm. The heaven and earth elements and heaven and earth laws here are much stronger than the lower realm. What you need to do now is to improve yourself as quickly as possible and enter the void-piercing realm as soon as possible. Yes. The disciples' eyes were burning. They had already felt the new elements and the new air. Their souls and bodies seemed to have a sublimation. Of course, Jun Changshao said solemnly, this place is also filled with danger, so the old rules apply. Without the approval of the higher-ups, no one is allowed to leave the sect of all times. In an ordinary small town, a 3 to 5-year-old child had the strength comparable to a peak martial disciple. He was really afraid that if his disciple went out casually, he would be bullied by a slightly older ordinary person. In front of the dilapidated cave, the Taishan old man was a little disappointed. After all, the place he had lived for many years was destroyed just like that. Fortunately, he didn't know that Go Xing had taken away all the boxes and stone doors in the cave abode used for cultivation in the falling star continent. Senior. After finishing the sect affairs, Jun Changshao walked over and said apologetically, I'm sorry to have affected your residence. The Taishan old man said, what you should be concerned about now is the consequences of severely injuring the golden-armored man. That guy and I were fighting one-on-one. My skills were not as good as his, so I was forced to run away. Do you think he'll come looking for trouble with me? Jun Changshao said. The Taishan old man shook his head and said, although you guys fought fair and square, he came from the realm hall after all. Even the slightest mistake in the future may be magnified infinitely. Senior, please don't worry. Jun Changshao said seriously, the first principle of the sect of all times is to be a low-key person and do things seriously. We will never commit crimes in the upper realm. If this came from someone else, the Taishan old man might believe it. However, this guy who had provoked dozens of sects not long after coming to the upper realm and made him the scapegoat in the end, how could he have the face to say the word low-key? I hope so. The Taishan old man said, I'll leave first. We'll meet again if fate wills it. Senior. Jun Changshao cupped his hands and said, the sect of all times has just come to the upper realm. We need the help of an expert like you. Do you think it's enough to use a master-disciple relationship with the Taishan old man? No, Go Xing still wanted to rope in this technical geek. If conditions permitted, he even wanted to rope in Zhenren Tonggu and the 7 profound sage. My apologies, the Taishan old man said, I've always liked a carefree life. I have no interest in joining a sect. If that's the case, Jun Changshao scratched his head and said, Senior, why don't you lend Bamboo Mountain No. 1 to me? He relied on the lightning rod to defeat Jin Hao. He did not think that he was strong enough to fight against a revolving core realm cultivator. Thus, when he brought his sect up, he first considered how to stabilize his footing. Even if he could not fight against the Xian sects, he should at least not be bullied by the trash sections. Child, the Taishan old man said seriously, do you have any shame? Bamboo Mountain No. 1 was something he had painstakingly created. He valued it more than his wife, yet this guy actually shamelessly asked to borrow it. Jun Changshao said, I'll write an IOU. Scram, scram, scram. The Taishan old man turned and left. Before he left, he threw a secret formation book and said, since we're from the same hometown, I'll give you Phoenix Perch Immortal Mountain. All the formations on the mountain are recorded here. Since you can set up the heaven-seizing fortune formation, you should be able to control it completely. Thank you, Senior. Jun Changshao cupped his hands. Oh right. The Taishan old man added, the Sword Profound Sect and the Sharp Blade Profound Sect will not let you go. You must be prepared. Don't get your sect destroyed as soon as you come up. After he finished speaking, he flew out of Phoenix Perch Immortal Mountain. They won't. Jun Changshao thought, my sect of all times has always been destroying people. How can we be destroyed by others? Ding. Host has successfully led the sect to pass through the 10,000 tribulation, heavenly thunder formation, and obtained legal ascension status. Requirement met. Epic mission completed. Completion rate, 100%. Host receives 500,000 contribution points. Ding. Sect contribution points, 700,000. Damn. Jun Changshao said in shock. The completion rate is only 100%, and I'm already given so many contribution points. Fan Chen's Epic Mission 13, with a completion rate of 200%, only gave 200,000. This kind of minimum requirement to give 500,000 was a bit terrifying. It's normal. The system said, after all, this is a brand new upper realm version of the Epic Mission. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the Upper Realm version's Epic Mission 1. You have obtained the Heart Illumination Sutra X1, the Heaven Crossing Palm Print X1, and the Sex Function Upgrade X1. Ding. The host has obtained a mental cultivation method and a palm technique. If the requirements are met, they will be automatically matched with the sex cultivation method. On the system's data panel, the sex cultivation method that was previously matched had been cleared and replaced by the Heart Illumination Sutra and the Heaven Crossing Palm Print. This also meant that the sex ascension was equivalent to starting over. However, first, they forcefully broke through the 10,000 tribulation, heavenly thunder formation, and then heavily injured the Realm Hall's 9 transformation stage ranker. Jun Changshao and the Sect of all time started over. They were even more powerful than all the previous ascenders. The Iron Bone Mountain was still the Iron Bone Mountain, and the Sect of all times was still the Sect of all times. Even the upper echelons and disciples were still there. The only thing that had changed was the entire world, and it was even incompatible with the surrounding environment. Who? Jun Changshao closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He carefully felt the denser heaven and earth attribute that filled the surroundings and said, "A new beginning." Fortunately, the system said, "Did not continue to bind the soul bomb." Ding. The main quest has been triggered. The muscles on Jun Changshao's face instantly stiffened. He had no choice but to open the mission panel. The content was, within 100 years, build the strongest sect of all time into an immortal sect. If it is not completed, when the time is up, the host's soul will immediately dissipate. Li Qingyang and the others, who were getting used to and accepting the new world, suddenly realized that the patriarch was standing in front of the main hall with his hands tightly around his neck. It was as if he was fighting with himself, the kind that would kill him. King healed me again, I'll fight it out with you. You can't blame me for this. Chapter 1348. Jun Changshao was once again saddled with a brand new main mission and a brand new soul bomb. This seemed to have become an inescapable fate. Be content. The system said, it's the same 100 years, but the new mission is more comfortable than before. At least there's no limit to the number of disciples. As long as the sect reaches the immortal level, it's nothing more than an enhanced epic mission. Although that was what it said, Jun Changshao roared. Becoming an immortal level sect in the upper realm is definitely tens of thousands of times harder than becoming the strongest sect in the mortal world. Complaining won't solve any problems. Since you can't resist, you have to learn to enjoy. The system said, host, you should quickly adjust your mentality and make a plan to fully develop the sect. Sigh. Jun Changshao rubbed his red neck and sighed helplessly. I'm destined to work hard for the sect in this life. There's no other way. The system said, after all, it's a sect. If you let the host spend all day, you can't do it. There was nothing wrong with that. Scram! Jun Changshao cursed in his heart. Suddenly, he felt the 2 spirit nuclei in his dantian begin to tremble violently. The spiritual energy stored in them also began to tumble and slowly transform. Could it be? After a brief moment of shock, he said in surprise, I'm about to break through? Yes. After completing the epic mission, Jun Changshao once again welcomed the opportunity to break through. Although the author's negligence did not synchronize the first chapter with the reward, it was not too late to make up for it now. Whoosh whoosh! The attributes of heaven and earth surged wildly into the courtyard and gradually enveloped Jun Changshao's body. They flowed along his meridians into his dantian and began to replace the previous attributes, converging into a purer energy. The first to transform was the spirit nucleus. It gradually turned from pale white to golden yellow, as if it was smeared with a layer of incomparably noble color. This is the core. The system said, when the spiritual energy inside is completely transformed, the host will be considered to have stepped into the first transformation of the inner core realm. Jun Changshao did not speak because he was immersed in a wonderful state. His soul seemed to have flown out of his body and merged into the endless ocean of various attributes. Sometimes it was butterfly, sometimes it was breaststroke, and sometimes it was dog paddling. It was so comfortable that he raised his eyebrows. Beep! D. After the core was gradually formed, the internal spiritual energy was transformed and replaced. It began to converge from a vortex into a liquid, which then splashed into the core. Each time, it would bring about an even greater power. Hoo! Jun Changshao's body emitted an even stronger wave of air that spread throughout the entire sect of all times. When the black and white Rakshasas realized this, they exclaimed, "Little brother is going to complete the first job transition?" The aura of advancement that spread out contained extremely strong heaven and earth attributes and heaven and earth laws. All the disciples who came into contact with it were suddenly enlightened, so they all sat down cross-legged and used their hearts to slowly sense it. Hoo! Under the guidance of the patriarch, the disciples who were stuck in Wuzong and the peak of Martial King were also showing signs of advancing. As time passed, the number and scale of the disciples were still increasing. In just a short 2 hours, the number of disciples who had stepped into a new major realm had reached 1,000, and the number of disciples who had improved by minor realms was innumerable. The higher-ups and core disciples of the sect had all stepped into Wusheng. Although they did not break through, they all benefited greatly. The aura of advancement into the revolving core realm lasted for about 4 hours. When the wave of air that enveloped the sect gradually dissipated, it finally ended. Whoosh! Jun Changshao flew out of the study and hovered above the main hall. He looked up to the sky and howled. The aura that emanated from his body made the disciples of the sect feel deep veneration. In just a short day, he had stepped into the upper void-piercing realm from the middle level, and then into the revolving core realm from the void-piercing realm. He had also successfully completed the first transformation of the energy in his core. This speed of advancement was truly terrifying. What was even more terrifying was that after stepping into a new major realm, Jun Changshao had not only broken free from the shackles of heaven and earth, but could also fly freely in the sky. There were even 2 new energy cores in his dantian that contained powerful energy such as martial arts and swordsmanship. In the mortal world, the energy gathered in the spirit core was called spiritual energy. In the upper realm, this type of energy that had undergone a transformation was called true energy. Simply put, what was used in the past was nothing more than spiritual energy. Now that he was using true energy, it immediately became powerful. After reaching the 4th transformation, true energy would turn into Tao energy, and after the 7th transformation, it would turn into divine energy. Every transformation in the dantian would not only increase one's strength, but it would also strengthen other aspects, such as the body and soul. Thus, Jun Changshao's advancement into the revolving core realm was an all-around improvement. Go Shing, who was hovering in midair, felt the purer nature of heaven and earth surging toward him. It was as if they were surrounding him and calling him Daddy. Instantly, a joyful expression appeared on his face. After enjoying the pleasure brought by the new realm, Jun Changshao landed in the main hall and gathered all the higher-ups of the sect to discuss only one matter, which was how to develop the sect in the upper realm. Unlike the mortal world's single-player hell mode in this new world, he had disciples and helpers. Although he could not establish a foothold in terms of strength, at least he was not alone and could be relied on. Patriarch Yuan Gongzi was the first to express his opinion. Whether it's a family or a sect, we can't do without resources. I think we should think of a way to earn money first. That makes sense. Jun Changshao nodded. Although he had come up more than a month earlier and obtained a lot of mystical stones from the sword-riding mystic faction and the sharp-blade mystic faction, the resources for the sect's development were just a drop in the bucket. Black Rakshasa said, "The martial arts of the lower realm can't hold up in the upper realm. Patriarch, you still have to consider equipping your disciples with new mental cultivation methods and martial arts techniques, so that your disciples can improve faster." The concept of martial arts creation in the mortal world was ultimately based on the lower realm's attribute. Even if their level was above divine grade, they would not be able to adapt in the upper realm. Patriarch White Rakshasa took out a few secret manuals and said, "I have mental cultivation methods and martial arts here. Although their levels are not high, they are very suitable for disciples to use in their initial cultivation." He did not take them out in the past because mental cultivation methods were created in the upper realm. Even if they were cultivated successfully in the lower realm, it would be difficult to achieve the best effect due to the incompatible attribute. For example, Hiwudi used to cultivate many awesome martial arts, but due to the serious incompatibility with the falling star continent's attributes, he could only cultivate martial arts like the tendon-changing scripture after joining the sect. At first, he was quite resistant, but after cultivating it, he was elated because this mortal martial art was actually so strong. "No need," Jun Changshao said. "I have a new mental cultivation method suitable for the upper realm." After saying that, he distributed the copies of the Illumination Sutra and the Heaven-Crossing palm print that he had made in advance. Everyone, from the higher-ups to the disciples, received a copy. White Rakshasa held it in his hand and murmured, "I've never heard of these two martial arts. Are they stronger than the ones I cultivated?" With some doubts, he began to flip through the Illumination Sutra. After carefully studying it, he exclaimed, "This is an immortal-level mental cultivation method." Black Rakshasa had already left because he had long realized that the mental cultivation method given by the Patriarch was stronger than the one he cultivated. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged in his room and began to cultivate. Creak! The door closed, and Yi Xingchen leaned against it with his back. Anyo's breathing was slightly hurried. Then he lowered his head to look at the mental cultivation method in his hand that was even more profound than the tendon-changing scripture and the 5 elements heavenly reflection technique. He said excitedly, "This mental cultivation method should be able to help me become stronger faster, and then I'll go find that despicable woman for revenge." Senior Qishuan. After receiving the Illumination Sutra, Hiwudi was also madly imagining things in his heart. Just how many good things did you give the Patriarch? Jun Changshao also began to seriously flip through the new martial arts. After gradually realizing the strength of this mental cultivation method, he was wild with joy. The beginning of the upper realm is so much better than the beginning of the lower realm. Chapter 1349. Jun Changshao only had to comprehend a little of the Illumination Sutra to understand that this martial art could not only be used to cultivate martial arts attributes, but also to temper the body and soul. Unfortunately, it was a reward for completing a mission, and there was no record of the origin of the Heart Sutra, so there was no way to know which master it came from. With this Heart Sutra, do I have to worry about my disciples not being able to improve? Jun Changshao grinned. The upper realm had more powerful heaven and earth attribute. As long as one comprehended the Illumination Sutra, they could absorb them faster. Even if they did not have martial arts resources at the moment, as long as they had enough time, not to mention breaking through the void-piercing realm, even entering the revolving core realm would not be a problem. On the other hand, at the beginning of the lower realm, one still needed to recruit disciples and rely on luck to farm in the store. Now that he had just arrived in the upper realm, Go Xing not only had the revolving core realm, but also a Heart Sutra that was comparable to the immortal level. There was no doubt that the difference was like heaven and earth. Moreover, there was also the heaven-crossing palm print. It inherited the advantages of the martial arts purchased in the store. It was easy to understand and powerful, and could be used to strengthen the core strength of the sect. I'm confident now. Jun Changxiao's eyes shone with the luster of unlimited expectations for the future. To be exact, with decades of experience in the mortal world, he was no longer an ignorant teenager. At least he had enough experience to start anew in a new world. For example, it was not enough to rely on martial arts to develop the sect. If he could refresh martial arts facilities suitable for the upper realm, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. Swoosh! Jun Changxiao opened the store panel skillfully, and then blurted out, F***CK. At this moment there was a huge change in the store. The three beginner, intermediate, and advanced stores now had the suffix Upper Realm Edition. When he tried to click on the advanced store, it showed that he did not have enough reputation. He returned to the main interface and found that there was a huge change in the data panel. Sect name: the strongest sect since ancient times. Sect master: Jun Changxia. Sect rank: none. Sect construction: level 9. Sect functions: medicine refinery pavilion, smithing pavilion. Sect cultivation method: Illumination Sutra, Heaven Crossing Palm Print. Sect members: 100001. Sect contribution: 700000. Sect achievement: 0. Sect reputation: 0. Sect mission: none at the moment. Sect main mission: within 100 years, other than some of the functions remaining unchanged, there was also a brand new sect reputation. When Jun Changxiao clicked on it, the following content immediately popped up. When the reputation reaches a certain value, the subsequent functions will be unlocked. It's gone. Jun Changxiao collapsed. Although I can roughly deduce what sect prestige means, you should at least give me a more detailed explanation. For example, how do I earn prestige? AI. Jun Changxiao shook his head and clicked on the middle-tier merchant shop. However, he was still notified that he did not have enough reputation. In the end, he could only click on the beginner-tier merchant shop. He was able to enter the shop, but when he saw the price tag, he nearly vomited blood. That was because the minimum requirement was 100,000 contribution points. The system said, the upper realm version will only be truly activated after the host completes the last main quest in the mortal world. Because it is located in a higher world, it is normal for the price to increase. Beginner's contribution points start at 100,000. Advanced's contribution points should be at least 1 million or more. Aren't you afraid that the contribution points system will collapse? Jun Changxiao roared. The system said, even if it eventually breaks down into Zimbabwe dollars, it's not something the host needs to worry about. It's better to quickly refresh the store and purchase items that can be used for the disciples' cultivation. Speaking of refreshing the merchant shop, Jun Changxiao wanted to cry. Previously, when he completed the epic quest and received 500,000 contribution points, he felt as if he had become rich overnight. However, when he saw the new merchant shop system, he suddenly felt as if he had been liberated overnight. So, not only do I have to find resources and money for the sect, but I also have to think of ways to earn reputation and contribution points. Jun Changxiao sat down and covered his face with his hands. He said to himself sorrowfully, it's so hard to be a man. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, the sound of thunder came from outside the sect. Jun Changshao stood up and said in surprise, "Someone is breaking through the thunder array?" "Patriarch," Elder Jin said telepathically, "there's a large group of martial artists outside breaking through the array. Judging from their strength, they seem to be very strong." Although the martial arts of the past had disappeared from the Sect's cultivation method, it did not mean that they had completely lost their usefulness. For example, the telepathic technique that could be used in groups could still be adapted to the upper realm system. Outside the Phoenix Perch Celestial Mountain, the thunder array that was set up to test the divine modified lightning rod was destroyed by someone. The 4 leading core transformation powerhouses rushed over with murderous intent. Judging from their attire, they were from the Sword Mystic faction, the Sword Mystic faction, and other factions. Therefore, the Taishan old man had foresight. After attacking so many sects, he did not even want to leave the mountain where he lived all year round and ran away with his luggage. The strongest sect of all ages? The powerhouses of the various sects stopped at the foot of Mount Ironbone. When they looked up and saw the plaque hanging at the mountain gate, the corners of their mouths instantly curled up into a disdainful sneer. It was already very arrogant to use all ages as their name, but they even added the word strongest. Third Elder, a powerhouse from the Sword Mystic faction, said in a deep voice, "Could this be the sect of all times that Lin Lang mentioned before?" "That's right." Jun Changshao had appeared in front of the mountain gate without anyone noticing. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes turn red. When the various sects saw the murderer who robbed their higher-ups and disciples of their resources, they almost glared at him to death. "Everyone." Jun Changshao cupped his hands and said, "My sect of all times has just arrived and has not opened for business yet. Please choose another day to meet, visit, and visit." "Bah!" A powerhouse raised his hand and pointed at him, angrily saying, "You stole my sect's resources and hurt my disciples. If you two don't give us an explanation today, we will raze Fengqi Celestial Mountain to the ground." "Everyone." Jun Changshao pointed to the right and said, "Please look there." Although everyone was absolutely vigilant, they still subconsciously turned their heads to look. Only then did they realize that the tallest mountain peak had the words Immemorial Celestial Mountain engraved on it. That's not right. The last time they came, it was still written Fengqi Celestial Mountain. "Today, I solemnly announce." Jun Changshao's voice was like a bell as he said, "This is the Immemorial Celestial Mountain. The entire mountain range is the territory of the sect of all times. Anyone who offends my sect will be killed no matter how far away they are." His powerful voice resounded throughout the mountain range, and all the disciples felt their blood boil. A rebirth core realm powerhouse sent by the Sword Mystic sect said coldly, "I also have something to tell you. Those who offend my Sword Mystic sect will have to pay the price." "All right." Jun Changshao stretched out his finger and circulated his qi in his dantian. "Come here." In this new world where martial prowess was respected, since there was a conflict and no one was willing to back down, the best way was to fight until one side admitted defeat or was completely defeated. However, facing the provocation of a lowly person like Go Xing, the powerhouses of the various sects did not rush up. This was because they all felt the aura of various arrays in the surroundings, and their levels were definitely stronger than the lightning array they had just broken. The Taishan elder had slipped away, but the array that was set up in the mountain was still there. Jun Changshao spent the entire night studying it. Not only did he master it, but he also used it to defend the sect. With the overall strength of the sect of all times, it was definitely inferior to the Sword Mystic sect and the Sword Mystic sect. However, if the two sects wanted to take it down, they would have to pay the price. "Kid," that rebirth core realm powerhouse said coldly, "do you dare to come down and fight with me? Do you want to fight me one-on-one or challenge the entire sect?" Jun Changshao asked with interest. "Up to you." "All right." Jun Changshao raised his hand and snapped his fingers. "Consider it your challenge to my sect of all times." Black and white guardians, go out and meet these friends. Hoo hoo! Hoo hoo! The Sect of all times Dragon's spine peak suddenly erupted with a powerful aura. Swish! Swish! Under the background music of Sect leader Qiao's appearance, the black and white double demons turned into black and white streaks of light and landed on the stairs at the foot of the mountain. A powerful aura instantly spread out like a raging storm, causing the martial artists of the various sects to retreat. The Third Revolution Core Realm powerhouse sent by the Sword Mystic Sect exclaimed, Sixth Revolution? Chapter 1350. Yes. The Sect of all times was very weak. Yes. Jun Changshao had just broken through to rank 1 and had not even passed the stabilization stage. Not to mention rank 3, even rank 2 would be defeated. However, this did not mean that the newly arrived Eternal Sect was a soft persimmon that could be trampled on by anyone. That was because the Eternal Sect still had the two guardians, Black and White Rakshasa. The brothers returned to the upper realm and were no longer bound by the heavenly Tao. After a night of recuperation, their realms had completely recovered. Because Old Man Tai Xian's strength was at the 3rd rank, the Rebirth Core Realm experts sent by the Sword Mystic faction and the Sharp Blade Mystic faction were also at the same level. Therefore, when Jun Changshao called out the two guardians, everyone was immediately pushed back by the aura. As the saying goes, a woman 3 years older than her husband holds a golden brick. The difference in realms was like a mountain. Black and White Rakshasa had reached the 2nd stage of Revolving Core Realm and were infinitely close to the 3rd stage, rank 6. Facing a few rank 3, they could be described as lords. Come. White Rakshasa smiled. We'll play with you. In front of Jin Hao, he was very small, but in front of those with lower realms, he immediately became lofty. Black Rakshasa said with a cold expression, You dare to find trouble with my sect of all times, I'm afraid you're tired of living. The various sects' martial artists who were intimidated by the powerful aura had interesting expressions, but they were even more puzzled. Why would a sect that had just ascended from a lightning formation have 2 rank 6 experts? From this, it could be seen that they had seen what happened yesterday, so why did they still dare to find trouble? Did they not think of how strong they were after resisting the myriad tribulation lightning formation? In fact, passing the lightning formation was not related to one's true strength, because it was only hindered by the heavenly Tao. For example, if a mortal realm martial artist successfully passed the tribulation, would they be treated as a big shot in the upper realm? No, that was a necessary process. Thus, no matter how shocking the tribulation was, they were no different from a newbie here. In fact, Jun Changshao had withstood a few thousand lightning tribulations, which was very terrifying. But now that he was in the upper realm and did not use any powerful trump cards, he was not much of a threat. Could he not act if he was not strong enough? No. He could still find helpers. The two sworn brothers stood at the foot of the mountain and immediately set off Go Xing, the patriarch. So there's an expert helping him. No wonder he's so unbridled. Although the situation was extremely unfavorable to him, the expert from the Imperial Sword Sect still maintained his calm. He cupped his hands and said, The green mountains do not change, and the green water flows forever. Our Jianghu, boom! White Rakshasa punched out, knocking her opponent back. Jun Changshao sat on the chair that Xiao Ziji had prepared for him and said, You entered the territory of the Sect of all times without notifying us beforehand. You even destroyed the public formation facilities. Let's not meet again in the martial world. Let's just meet in prison. The Black Rakshasa understood what his little brother meant, so he no longer put on airs. He directly unleashed his cultivation and rushed over, taking down all the martial artists from the various sects in no time. The reason why the entire process was not described was that it looked like an adult beating up a group of children. White Rakshasa was a little naughty. She raised her fist and punched the expert from the Imperial Sword Sect again and again. Because she maintained the right amount of strength, the opponent could only be beaten back until he finally fell to the ground with a plop. What a pity! Seeing that the martial artists from the various sects had been dealt with, Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "They came to cause trouble and did not trigger a side mission." Go Xing returned to the mentality he had when he first started the sect. All he thought about was how he could earn money and how he could earn contribution points. Tianyuan Prison Pagoda. Zhao Daodu, who was sitting in the monitoring room, had a gloomy look on his face. Because he had ascended to the upper realm, Jun Changshao had left all the prisoners in the Falling Star continent. The 9 prisons were empty, leaving him, the deputy warden, with nothing to do. Sigh. Arya held her little face and sighed, saying, "It's so boring." As an artifact spirit that focused on training, she suddenly had no prisoners to train. Her days were unusually dull and monotonous. On the other hand, Dai Lu sat cross-legged next to her, focusing on cultivation. His serial number was 100,000. Although he had joined the sect of all times, he was not released. Instead, he was in charge of cleaning the prison. The Purple King, He Wudi, and Yi Xingqian were called the Imagination Trio. Arya, Zhao Daodu, and Dai Lu could also be called the Prison Trio. Creak. Suddenly, the door was pushed open. Su Xiaoma, Li Fei, and the others walked in with bruised and swollen faces and foaming at the mouth. They grinned and said, "Junior brother Zhao, the patriarch knows that you are very bored, so he specially sent a few guests." As soon as he said that, Zhao Daodu and Arya, who looked like salted fish, were instantly revived on the spot. Then, they hurried out of the monitoring room and carefully sized up the dozens of martial artists. They said excitedly, "Senior brother, the goods are not bad." "Of course," Su Xiaoma said seriously. "I heard from the patriarch that these are all elites of the Xian-level sects. Their strength is so strong that they can easily crush the upper void-piercing realm." "Is that so?" Zhao Daodu hurried over and half-squatted in front of the martial artists. He faced Li Tiantian and made a V gesture, saying, "Then we have to quickly take a photo with the big shots of the upper realm." Puff. The shutter was pressed, and the photo appeared. At this point, the newly arrived sect of all times had not officially opened for business yet, and the Tianyuan Prison Pagoda welcomed the first batch of prisoners. As the deputy prison warden, Zhao Daodu was undoubtedly a winner in life. Because his strength was average, the prisoners he was in charge of guarding were all great realms. In the main hall, Jun Changshao said seriously, "Brothers, how is the strength of the Sword Mystic Sect and the Sharp Blade Mystic Sect? What's the background behind them?" Although the two sects mainly walk the path of the sword and the path of the blade and are a little strong, their status in the upper realm is not very high. "Even if they have a background, it won't be too big," the Black Rakshasa said. "Then I'm relieved." Jun Changshao touched his chin and murmured, "A third transformation core realm cultivator should be very precious to the Xian-level sects, right? What price should we ask for them to redeem him?" The black and white Rakshasa's mouth twitched. They finally understood why their little brother had locked them up after dealing with the martial artists of the sections. It turned out that he had the intention of letting their sects pay the ransom. When the two of them came to the mortal realm, they had basically entered the later stages of the mortal realm. At that time, the sect of all times was strong enough to fight against the entire Falling Star continent, so they did not bother to do some things, so the two brothers had almost never met. But now, Jun Changshao and his sects were like wild wolves that had been hungry for a few days. As long as there was prey to satisfy their hunger, they would definitely think of ways and means to pounce on it. To put it bluntly, they were just going back to their old business. "Brothers, how many magnetite do you think those sects should pay for the ransom? At least 100,000? The black and white Rakshasa had no experience in this area and could not give an accurate price. "Okay." Jun Changshao slapped his thigh and said, "It's decided. 100,000 for an upper-level void-piercing realm cultivator, 1,000,000 for a third transformation core realm cultivator." The black and white Rakshas's mouth twitched, thinking, little brother is too greedy. It couldn't be helped. Everything was for the sake of a better survival. Of course, there were risks in using money to redeem people in the upper realm. In order to ensure the safety of his sect, Jun Changshao continued to study the secret manual given by the Taishan Elder and actively modified the formation system in the Aeon Immortal Mountain. If the other party used force to demand for people, at worst, he would kill them. Chapter 1351. After a night of research and deployment, Jun Changshao placed the various formations left behind by the Taishan elders around the sect. There were defensive and offensive formations. To the sect of all times who had just arrived in the upper realm, it was tantamount to a rich treasure. Of course, Jun Changshao would not rest easy because this was only temporary. He had to find a way to make a more professional and safer sect-protecting formation. Looking at the various ways of courting death in the early stages of the mortal realm, most of them relied on sect-protecting formations. At least if they could not win, they could hide in the sect and develop. To put it bluntly, as long as the red flag at home did not fall, there would definitely be colorful flags flying outside. The system was speechless. What kind of metaphor is this? Although the host's formation skills are good, it might not work well in the upper realm. The fastest and most effective way is still, I know, isn't it just to refresh the store? Jun Changshao learned how to answer first. However, the system was right. He relied on the aptitude fluid to reach the level of a formation emperor in the lower realm. If he came to the upper realm to set up formations, he might not be able to withstand it. If there was a new sect-protecting formation in the store, it would undoubtedly be the best. Thinking of this, he opened the beginner's store. The various products listed in the store still existed when they were not fully evolved. In other words, the advanced stores in the lower realm were reduced to beginner stores in the upper realm. Sigh. Jun Changshao sighed. I used to stand at the top of the mortal realm. Now that I've come to the upper realm, I've fallen. Stop lamenting, hurry up and refresh. How much does it cost to refresh? 10,000. So cheap? Seeing that the products were easily priced at 100,000, Jun Changshao was already mentally prepared to pay 100,000 for each refresh. In the end, it only cost 10,000. The system said, not only does it only cost 10,000, but if the host doesn't get what he wants, he won't have to buy the products when he refreshes again. Really? Jun Changshao's eyes lit up. The previous settings had cost him a lot of money. If he cut off the compulsory purchase, wouldn't he be able to refresh indefinitely? Try it. Okay. Jun Changshao opened the shop. Sure enough, after the items were replaced, only 10,000 contribution points were deducted. However, he wasn't in a hurry to refresh the shop a second time because there were many good things inside. For example, the formula for the First Revolution Shaping Pill, the formula for the First Revolution Profound Recovery Pill, the formula for the First Revolution Wait a Minute. Why are they all prefixed with 1? Could it be related to the revolving core realm? The system said, don't overthink it. It's just a coincidence. Jun Changshao pursed his lips and said, I think it's because he's too lazy to make it up, so he deliberately copied the upper realm's level setting. Bullshit. The system said, Taoism says that there are 9 transformations in the refinement of pills, with 9 transformations being the most expensive. This is the upper realm's revolving core realm plagiarizing the pills setting. Alright. Jun Changshao was too lazy to argue with it and said, You talk too much. You're right. From the introduction, these First Revolution pills seemed to be very good. Some of their effects were even enhanced versions of the Qi Gathering Pill, Body Shaping Pill, and other pills. However, Go Xing did not buy all of them. That was because he did not have the financial ability to afford them for the time being. Let's buy a shaping pill first. Ding. Host has spent 100,000 contribution points and obtained the first transformation Shaping Pill Formula X1. It has been transferred to the spatial ring. Ding. Sect contribution points 590000. From the name alone, it could be seen that the shaping pill was definitely related to the body. However, in reality, it had many functions. Not only could it be used to shape the body and maintain the appearance, it could also be used to shape the soul and energy. It was truly a combination of virtue, intelligence, physique, and beauty. However, the automatic allocation to the pill pavilion made Jun Changshao depressed. That was because there were more than 100 types of medicinal herbs listed. Just by looking at their names, one could feel that they were very precious. Sigh. Jun Changshao rubbed his temples and said, I still have to think of a way to get medicinal herbs. Patriarch. At that moment, Elder Wei walked in ecstatically and said, I've found a suitable place to grow medicinal herbs. After coming to the upper realm, the disciples devoted themselves to cultivation. As the hall master of the medical hall, he was thinking about how to open up a medicinal field to grow more medicinal herbs. After all, returning to his old profession was only temporary. Only with a stable income could the sect continue to develop. The Aeon Immortal Mountain was very big. Due to the fact that the Taishan geek had devoted himself to studying the art of divination, many areas were untouched all year round and had always retained their original appearance. After Elder Wei arrived, he began to explore with Sun Bukong and the other disciples. They found a relatively flat field more than 10 miles away. It contained very strong heaven and earth attributes and was very suitable for growing medicinal herbs. Not bad. Jun Changshao nodded and said, The environment here is much better than the Falling Star continent. Elder Wei said, Patriarch, I plan to transform this place into a new medicinal field for our sect of all times. Sure. Jun Changshao said, I'll let Peppa work with you. At this point, he stopped, because he had already discovered that the guy was lying in the wilderness, his stomach bulging like a big bag. A brand new world, brand new soil. To Peppa, who loved to eat soil, it was no different from a delicacy. Outside the sect, there was a vast land planned for the medicine hall to transform the medicinal field. However, they definitely could not plant medicinal herbs from the lower realm here. Therefore, Jun Changshao still had to think of a way to find seeds from the upper realm. It would be best if they could be used to refine the shaping pill. This was not a problem. The problem was that they had no money. Patriarch. The Black and White Rakshasa transmitted, The people from the Sword Mystic Sect and the Sharp Blade Mystic Sect are here. Good. They were here to give him money. Jun Changshao flew out from the main hall and landed in front of the sect gate. He realized that there were at least 10,000 martial artists outside the Aeon Immortal Mountain riding on swords and sabers. It seemed like they were about to surround the sect. This formation is a bit big. They had snatched many martial arts resources and locked up their core transformation realm martial artists. Any mystic sect with a bit of temper would definitely not be able to tolerate this. Therefore, even if they did not send out their entire sect, they would at least send out their absolute elites to let them know what it meant to be truly angry. Thief! The Sword Mystic Sect's third elder, who had been chased away by Bamboo Mountain No. 1, said angrily, Today we will shoot. Jun Changshao made a shushing gesture and said, Listen to me. 1. On the mountain beside them, the flowing light formation suddenly disappeared. The experts of the Sword Mystic Sect and the Sharp Blade Mystic Sect were all tied to pillars. From their messy hair and ferocious faces, it was obvious that they had been trained by Arya. Damn it! Seeing their fellow sect members being tortured so miserably, the martial artists of the various sects were instantly enraged. They could not wait to kill their way over and destroy this sect of all times and raze the entire Aeon Immortal Mountain to the ground. I can understand your feelings of wanting to kill me, but, Jun Changshao said, I will say the ugly words first. Your words and actions now will determine their life and death. Kid. The third elder said in a low voice, What do you mean? Jun Changshao sat on the chair that Xiao Ziji had arranged for him. He crossed his legs and placed his hands on top of them, saying, "They entered the Aeon Immortal Mountain without permission and even destroyed public facilities. According to the rules, they should be executed. Seeing that we are all sects, we will just give them some money and be done with it." "Give them money?" the third elder said coldly. "You don't know how to rob and blackmail?" Third elder. Hurry up and give us the money," the sword mystic sect expert who was bound said weakly. Under the situation where his cultivation was completely sealed, he was tortured by Arya for a night. It was simply too painful, so he only hoped that the sect would give him money immediately so that he could escape from the sea of fire. "Old Lu." The third elder frowned and said, "Where's your backbone? Where's your dignity?" The expert called Old Lu almost spat out a mouthful of blood. This was a typical example of someone who did not know how to speak. Come, let's change positions and let you experience it. If you can keep your backbone and dignity, I will call you father, I will call you grandfather." Chapter 1352. The heaven origin soul suppressing pagoda came from the upper realm, but did it have a limit? Currently, a third revolution core realm cultivator was being abused to the point of losing his dignity and backbone. This was enough to prove that it was far from the upper limit. In fact, it was impossible to judge the strength of the other party from this point. After sealing their cultivation and then hanging them up for training, even Jun Changshao wouldn't be able to withstand it. Tisk tisk. An elder of the High Blade Profound Sect mocked, "You sword profound sect people are really cowards." Because of Jun Changshao, the two sects temporarily put aside their old grudges. However, if there was a chance, they would definitely target each other. After all, they would feel much better. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the expert of his sect who was tied to the pillar howled, "Old Song, quickly pay up." Old Song's face instantly turned green with anger. The third elder sneered and said, "Likewise. Everyone." Jun Changshao said, "I don't give you much time to consider. Please make your choice as soon as possible. Of course, you can also barge into my sect of all times. However, I'll say this first. If you dare to act rashly, you will be responsible for any problems that arise." The various sects had sent many people, and they weren't weak either. However, Go Xing didn't panic at all. Instead, he looked forward to them causing trouble because his prison was big enough. "How much?" The third elder suppressed his anger and asked. "Not much," Jun Changshao said. "Void-piercing realm cultivators, no matter high, middle, or low, 100,000 Xian stones per person. As for the revolving core realm cultivators, 1,000,000 Xian stones per head." The third elder suddenly said angrily, "You're robbing us." "That's right," Jun Changshao admitted frankly. "When I first came to the upper realm, I accidentally teleported to a place that wasn't under your sect's jurisdiction and almost got into trouble. You came to my territory and wantonly destroyed my formation. Shouldn't I rob you of your money? Make your choice." Jun Changshao said, "Pay them or let them die." As he spoke, Yi Xingchen had already stopped in front of the revolving core realm martial artists who were tied to the pillars. The sharp blade flashed, as if telling them that if they didn't pay up, they would die. Undoubtedly, Anyo was the most suitable person to be the executioner because the coldness in his eyes was something that Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji did not have. It was obvious that he was a ruthless character. "Brat." Third elder gnashed his teeth and said, "If you dare to harm a single hair on old Lu's head, my imperial sword mysterious sect, Puchi." Yi Xingchen stabbed old Lu in the chest and coldly said, "Noisy?" The revolving core realm expert from the imperial sword sect suddenly screamed. With his strength, a little injury was nothing, but after being tortured for an entire night, it could be said that he was in pain, tired, and weak. Now that he was stabbed again, his mind and body could not take it. Don't think about it, give me the money." The third elder's face was extremely gloomy. Being threatened by a mortal realm sect that had just snuck in really made him feel extremely displeased. Shua! Pucci! Yi Xingqian pulled out his sword and stabbed again. Blood dripped down the blade. This disciple of mine is like a wild dog when he goes crazy. So in order to not kill anyone, please cooperate, said Jun Changshao. Here. After a difficult choice, third elder finally chose to compromise. There was no other way. A third revolution core realm expert was very important to a Xian sect. If he was really killed, the loss would be more than 1,000,000 magnetite. What about you guys? Jun Changshao looked at the other sections. Here. Pay first, then let him go. Guardians, come out and collect the money. Shua. Under the support of the special effect, the black and white Rakshas flew out of the sect and landed in front of everyone. The sects that originally planned to pay first and then redeem their captives before settling the score with the sect of all times felt the pressure from 2 Sixth Revolution experts and their hearts turned cold. No wonder the cultivators they sent out were captured. It turned out that there were experts overseeing them. Third elder took out his spatial ring with difficulty and paid the magnetite corresponding to the number of people on his side. The others also paid according to the order. Waves of pain came from the muscles on his face. There were a total of 50 cultivators from the various sects who became prisoners. Among them, there were 4 Revolution Core Realm experts. The ransom was a total of 6,000,000 magnetite. This amount was not a big sum to a Xian sect, but to Jun Changshao, it was the first pot of gold he earned after coming to the higher realm. At least, it could allow the entire sect to operate temporarily. Untie them. Shua, shua, shua. The dozens of trapped cultivators were held up in the sect of all times by Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji. Third elder helped old Lu stop the bleeding first. Then, he looked up and glared at Jun Changshao in front of the sect gate. He gritted his teeth and said, "Brat, just you wait." After saying those words, he turned around and left. Ling Dao's sect and the other sects also left. Some did not even say anything. Some even felt a little relieved. Even the Xian sect suffered, so what was this little bit of pain to them? Everyone. Standing in front of the sect gate, Jun Changshao said loudly, "As the saying goes, if revenge breeds revenge, will there ever be an end to it? Why don't we all be friends and work together to create a better tomorrow?" Hearing this, the cultivators of the various sects almost turned around and cursed. Do you know that the mountain that flew out of the whirlpool landed on Fengqi Immortal Mountain? There's a sect on the mountain called something Sect. I knew about it long ago. Also, I heard that a few Xian sects led by Imperial Sword Profound Sect and Ling Dao Profound Sect went to find trouble with them 2 days ago. In the end, they all returned in defeat. TSK, a sect that came up from the mortal realm is so powerful? They can actually fight Xian sects head-on. According to the information I received, this sect of all times has 2 rank 6 experts. Also, the master of that patriarch is a Taishan unorthodox cultivator. I've heard of the Taishan unorthodox cultivator. He likes to study divination. No wonder he dared to ascend to the higher realm with his sect. Turns out that he has such a backer who stays at home all day. Just as Jun Changshao obtained his first bucket of gold and was thinking about how to use it, the outside world began to discuss it on a large scale. It was as if he had become a small internet celebrity. The most depressed person was the Taishan old man. He and Go Xing were only from the same hometown. They were not master and disciple at all. However, as the news spread in the higher realm, everyone had already decided that it was useless to explain. After leaving a restaurant in a certain city, the Taishan old man sighed as he walked on the street. The only consolation was that the kid was still honest. He only offended a small number of forces like Imperial Sword Profound Sect and Ling Dao Profound Sect. It's not a big problem, it's not a big problem. The Taishan old man thought to himself. He's able to rely on his strength to sneak up at such a young age. As long as he doesn't cause too much trouble, he should be able to develop steadily. I bet that he'll become someone great in the future." The red-haired old man's bet was only a hand, but this legendary old man's bet was probably his life. In the endless mountain range, Jun Changshao walked on the ancient road like a scholar. He walked and stopped from time to time and recited poems from time to time. Yi Xingqian and Xiao Ziji accompanied him. At this moment, the three of them were no longer within the range of the Aeon Immortal Mountain. The place they were going to was a relatively large city nearby. The reason was to buy all kinds of herbs and seeds for the development of the sect. As the leader of a sect, it was very easy for readers to seize the opportunity to ridicule him if he had to personally purchase them. There was no other way. The disciples had just arrived in the upper realm and were still very weak. Goxing could only do this kind of thing himself. Moreover, he had only been to towns when he sneaked in previously. He had not seen a city in the upper realm. Anyo. On the way, Jun Changshao said seriously, "After entering the city, you must keep a low profile. Don't cause trouble because you might not even be able to defeat a child who looks like he's only 10 years old." Tisk. Yi Xingqian was disdainful. The Imperial Sword Profound Sect and Ling Dao Profound Sect were here to cause trouble. The martial artists they sent were very strong. He admitted that he was no match for them. However, if he could not even defeat a child in his teens, what was the point of living? Chapter 1353. The city Jun Changshao wanted to go to was called Lin Yuan City. The scale of this city was still alright in the upper realm. It was closest to the Aeon Immortal Mountain, only 5,000 to 6,000 kilometers away. With the speed-type martial artist Su Xiaoma as an example, he could reach it in a few days. On the way to Lin Yuan City, he would pass by Still-Water Town, so Jun Changshao brought 2 disciples in to see if there were any herbs and seeds he needed in the market. Smack! Swaggering into the general store, Goxing slapped the list he had written on the table and said arrogantly, "Do you have these herbs?" The shopkeeper raised his head and immediately felt that the young man in front of him looked a little familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. He had seen him before. But they didn't talk. Because Goxing had sneaked away at that time, and his heart had been hit by the new world to the point that he was singing fairy tales alone in a deserted alley. "Dear customer." The shopkeeper carefully looked at the herbs listed on the list and said, "Do you want one of each? Or, I want as many as you have." With more than 8 million magnetite in his pocket, Goxing's back was very straight. The shopkeeper was a little hesitant. "What's wrong?" Jun Changshao raised his eyebrows and said, "You think I don't have money?" In this kind of situation, the shopkeeper would definitely disdain and ridicule the protagonist from all sides. After all, it was difficult for the face-slapping plot to unfold. "Dear customer, don't waste time. I want as many of the herbs listed on the list as you have in your store." The shopkeeper walked out of the counter and said respectfully, "Please follow me, dear customer." Under his lead, Jun Changshao came to a large warehouse guarded by many guards. Not only was there a strong smell of herbs inside, there were also all kinds of herbs stored inside. This small store has a total of 600,000 caddies of the celestial emperor grass you want, a total of 160,000 stalks of the jade heaven armor root, and 400,000 9 cauldron spiritual fish fruits. Wait a minute. Jun Changshao hurriedly interrupted and said, "Why does a general store have so many high-end herbs?" "High-end?" The shopkeeper tried hard to hold back his laughter and said, "Although there are many kinds of herbs, they are all common herbs in the market." Jun Changshao's mouth twitched violently. Heaven's Fate, Jade Firmament, and 9 Cauldrons. Just from the names alone, one could tell that they were very awesome. In the end, in a general store that didn't specialize in medicinal herbs, the prices were at least a few dozen caddies and several 100,000 RMB. Did they have to be so exaggerated? "Sir." The manager continued, I've already made a rough calculation. If you wish to purchase all of the required herbs, you will need to pay at least 30 million profound stones. Jun Changshao leaned against the wall with one hand and howled in his heart, shouldn't the plot be about me using money to slap the shopkeeper's face? Why did it become the shopkeeper slapping my face in the end? You're not going to act cool anymore? The system said, you're not going to show off anymore, right? When Jun Changshao came to Stillwater Town again, he was not only shocked but also slapped in the face. Because it was unrealistic for him to buy all the medicinal materials in the grocery store with his limited asset. Forget it, forget it. Go Xing shook his head and said, give me 50,000 caddies of these medicinal ingredients in your store by caddy and 50,000 in quantity. All right. The manager said, please wait a moment. Jun Changshao asked again, do you have the seeds of these medicinal ingredients? Although the materials needed for the transformation pill could be easily bought, he still hoped that the medicine hall would be responsible for planting them. The reason was that it would save money and the effects would be better than the ones on the market. Most importantly, he couldn't let them be idle. Yes, 50,000 of each. This time, Go Xing didn't ostentatiously ask for all of them. He was afraid that he would be brought to another warehouse where he would open the door and see all kinds of medicinal ingredients and seed. Sir. After everything was prepared, the manager said with a smile, including the medicinal ingredients and seeds, the total is 500,000 profound stones. Here. Jun Changshao casually tossed over the spatial ring containing the profound stones. Just as he was about to leave, Xiao Ziji sent a sound transmission. Patriarch, junior brother Yi is fighting with a child, at the center of the town, in a rather spacious plaza. Yi Xingchen stood proudly, and a young man about 11 or 12 years old stood 100 feet away from him. The martial artists gathered around were whispering to each other. This guy pulled a long face as soon as he came to town, as if everyone owes him money. He really deserves a beating. He's a guest from afar, so we shouldn't lower ourselves to his level. Why did he have to provoke a spirit child from Hengyun Academy? Hengyun Academy. It was a martial arts organization in Stillwater Town that taught children between the ages of 3 and 12. When Jun Changshao came here for the first time, many of the children he met would undergo martial arts training here for a short period of time. Why was it short? Because in the martial arts system of the upper realm, 3 to 12 years old was the best time to cultivate martial arts. If one's aptitude was good, they could go to a higher Wu-Tang academy to further their studies. If one's aptitude was average, they could only go home and herd sheep. The child in front of Yi Xingchen was called Sun Muching, a student of Hengyun Academy. His physique, aptitude, and other aspects were the strongest, so he was called a spirit child. Muching is a rare genius in our town, and he is the most likely to enter Lin Yuan Wu-Tang Academy. Wouldn't it be easy to abuse him? A school was set up in the town, and a Wu-Tang Academy was set up in the city. Those who could enter were definitely outstanding. Tisk, hearing the private discussions of the crowd, Yi Xingchen sneered. When he first came to Stillwater Town, he was indeed shocked when he saw that some 3 to 5-year-old children had the cultivation of a martial disciple, but he absolutely did not believe that a 10-year-old child could defeat him. What's more, this was only a town. In fact, if it were not for Jun Changshao's reminder, Anyo would not deliberately find trouble, but since he knew and was looked down upon by the Patriarch, he must use his strength to prove himself. Knight Emperor. Cannot be humiliated. Hey. Sun Muching raised his eyebrows and said impatiently, I still have to go home to eat. If you want to fight, then hurry up and start. Come on. Yi Xingchen put one hand behind his back and said, I'll let you use one hand. Uncle, you should use both hands. I don't want to get the reputation of bullying the old. Sun Muching said. Less nonsense. Yi Xingchen said, make your move. Okay, since you insist on using one hand, then I will. Sun Muqing's eyes suddenly became cold, and then he rushed over and said, "Get serious!" Boom! The airwaves roared out, rolling up the dust on the ground. Thump, thump, thump. Yi Xingqian crossed his arms and retreated until he retreated more than 10 steps. He said with a shocked face, "Peek Wu Xing?" Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Sun Muqing rushed over once again, displaying a simple and unadorned move, instantly forming an intricate and complicated fist shadow. Jun Changshao, who had rushed over early, praised, "This little guy is a good seedling." Boom! Boom! In the fighting area, Yi Xingqian used various martial arts of the sect to dissolve the various fist shadows. At first, he was fine, but after dozens of moves, he could only stagger back. Whoosh! Sun Muqing rose in the air and kicked hard with the back of his foot. Yi Xingqian, who was already very embarrassed, couldn't dodge at all. He could only choose to take it with his arm, but with a bang, he retreated dozens of steps and almost sat on the ground. Thud! Sun Muqing floated to the ground and shook his head. "No more fighting, no more fighting. You are no match for me." After that, he left. The onlookers also left after a simple conversation. Although this battle was very short, they had already determined from the process that the outsider was absolutely suppressed by Sun Muqing. Junior brother Yi Xiao Ziji came over. Yi Xingqian lowered his head and his hands trembled slightly. Maybe it was caused by the frequent attacks just now. "Impossible! Impossible!" A hoarse voice came out of An You's mouth, and the arrogant temperament was completely replaced by decadence. He thought that the patriarch was joking, but when this scene happened, he realized that he couldn't even beat a child. If it wasn't for the fact that Yi Xingqian was in a hurry to go home for dinner, he would have been beaten down. "Don't be discouraged." Jun Changshao came over and patted An You's shoulder, encouraging him. "You can't beat a teenager, but you can beat an 8, 9, 6 or 7-year-old. You heard," the system said. "Did you hear it?" Chapter 1354. The stars in the night sky were as bright as flowers, but the stars in the night sky were dim. He was a grand martial emperor, yet after coming to the upper realm, he was actually beaten by a 10-year-old child to the point that he was unable to fight back. This was truly too humiliating. The Night Emperor could not be humiliated. But today, he was humiliated to the point that he could not lift his head. "Brother!" Xiao Ziji walked over. "Actually, if it were me, I wouldn't be able to win either, so don't take it to heart. Besides, we're new here, and we'll slowly get used to the new world. We might not be weaker than the locals." This was genuine consolation. It wasn't like Jun Changzhao's inhumane words at all. "I'm so useless," Yi Xingqian said dejectedly. "I can't even defeat a child." Xiao Ziji knew that his brother could not overcome the setback he suffered during the day, so he wanted to continue persuading him. However, Jun Changshao said, "People who have lost their confidence can't be persuaded. Patriarch, to put it bluntly, you care too much about your identity as a martial emperor in your previous life. You can't let go of your pride and you can't accept setbacks." Jun Changshao continued. Although his words were harsh, they hit the nail on the head. Yi Xingqian had changed a lot. He saw himself as a member of the sect of all times, but he still cared about his identity as the Night Emperor in his previous life, so his mentality was different from the others. If it were Xiao Ziji and Li Qingyang, they would definitely not be able to defeat Sun Muqing. After all, he was a Wu Sheng at the peak, and they were only rank 4 or 5. However, this failure was just a temporary setback, and they would eventually adjust their mentality. Was he weak? No. It was the environment here that was too strong, even if he was born and cultivated with every breath he took. If it were him, he could be as strong as them, or even stronger. You're only facing a child now. In the future, you'll have to face Empress Lingyao, who ascended thousands of years ago. If you can't even handle this small setback today, don't talk about revenge," Jun Changshao said. Hearing the patriarch mention that woman, Yi Xingchen's dispirited look faded, and his gaze became cold. Not bad. He clenched his fists and said, if I, Yi Xingchen, can't even withstand such a small setback, how can I seek revenge on her in the future? Hoo! At that moment, waves of energy surged around Yi Xingchen's body. His damaged self-esteem gradually recovered and he became abnormally strong and tenacious. Anyo. Jun Changshao said seriously, you're no longer the high and mighty Knight Emperor. You're now a disciple of the Sect of all times. You should always carry out the Sect's motto of never admitting defeat. Host, it's a waste of talent if you don't go into marketing, the system complained. I understand. Yi Xingchen's eyes flashed with determination. Losing to a teenager was indeed a heavy blow to him. However, under the provocation of Jun Changshao's words, he was reborn and decided to completely forget everything about his previous life. Knight Emperor. It had long since become a thing of the past. I'm now a disciple of the Sect of all times. Ding. Side quest completed. Reward, 100,000 contribution points. Ding. Sect contribution points, 690000. When Yi Xingchen seemed to have been reborn, a beautiful prompt sounded in Jun Changshao's ears. It turned out that after An Yo was defeated by Sun Muching, a side quest came. The content was to comfort An Yo and make him pull himself together. Many people thought that the person who understood Yi Xingchen the best was Xiao Ziji. After all, both of them had been hurt by women. However, as a patriarch, Jun Changshao understood better, so he directly mentioned Empress Ling Yao and immediately activated the side quest. Jingshui Town. Sun Muching cultivated until late at night before leaving the school and returning to his residence. Since he came into contact with martial arts, he always woke up early and cultivated until late at night. Therefore, he was known as a spirit child. He didn't rely on his innate talent, but on his hard work. There's still half a month before Lin Yuan's Wu-Tang assessment. I will definitely live up to everyone's expectations and obtain the qualifications to enter it to cultivate. For the students of the school, Wu-Tang was a higher level of martial arts holy land. Only by being admitted could they come into contact with more professional martial arts cultivation and truly change their fate. Who is it? Sun Muching suddenly stopped and turned to look at the entrance of the alley. He saw a masked man in black gradually walking out from the darkness. Little guy, who I am is not important. What's important is whether you are willing to become stronger. The voice was a little gloomy, but more so, it was unfathomable. Sun Muching's heart was in turmoil. Although he hadn't undergone more professional and systematic martial arts cultivation, his spiritual senses were not bad. However, if the man in black hadn't taken the initiative to walk out, he wouldn't have noticed him. An expert. An absolute expert. Of course, I'm willing to become stronger, Sun Muching said. The man in black said, since you want to become stronger, don't participate in the Wu-Tang assessment. This old man will show you a clear path that can help you become stronger faster. You can even surpass the revolving dance stage and reach the truth-seeking realm. Sun Muching's heart trembled. He had been exposed to martial arts since he was young, so he naturally knew the realms like the back of his hand. However, his goal was only the 9 revolutions revolving dance stage. As for the higher truth-seeking realm, he had never thought about it, because he heard from the people in town that only extraordinary and peerless experts could achieve it. Can I? If you go with the flow and mingle in a small place like Wu-Tang, it will be difficult for you to enter the revolving dance stage. Therefore, only by choosing the right place to cultivate can you fly freely in the sky. Understood. Sun Muching said, you want me to go to a palace higher than Wu-Tang? The man in black almost fell over. This child, why can't he understand? Little guy. The man in black said lightly, an organization like Wu-Tang Palace is ultimately not professional. Only by joining a sect can you truly become strong. Sun Muching understood, so he cupped his hands and said, Senior, please enlighten me. I see that you have a unique physique and are a one-in-a-million martial arts genius. Today I'll show you the way. The man in black looked to the east and said, Follow this path until you reach the Phoenix Perch Immortal Mountain. There is a sect of all times there. If you can become a disciple, your future will be limitless. These words sounded familiar. That's right. The masked man in black was Jun Changshao. This guy had taken a liking to Sun Muching and planned to win him over with his identity as an expert. Needless to say, under the influence of the hidden cultivation technique and the old voice, he really had the aura of someone who had seen through the mortal world and jumped out of the five elements. Sect of all times? Sun Muching scratched his head and said, I've never heard of it. Jun Changshao said, There are as many unknown sects in the upper realm as there are sand in the Ganges River, but don't underestimate them because their power may be beyond your imagination. Sorry. Sun Muching waved and said, I'm going home to eat and sleep. After that, he turned and left. Jun Changshao was stunned for a moment and shook his head. Sure enough, bluffing won't work. We have to go to extremes. Senior. At this moment, Sun Muching stopped and said, What's your name? Jun Changshao wanted to say Old Man Jun Tian, but changed his mind at the last minute and said with his hands behind his back, Jinren Tonggu. Sun Muching's expression gradually became sluggish. After a while, he exclaimed in disbelief, You're Jinren Tonggu? Genuine goods at a fair price, honest to all. Chapter 1355. The martial artists of the upper realm had never seen Jinren Tonggu, but they had definitely heard of Jinren Tonggu because he was a top martial artist above the realm hall. Sun Muching had heard of him before. But now, there was a black-clothed man who claimed to be Jinren Tonggu. His first reaction was shock, and his second reaction was, This guy was probably a swindler. Sun Muching said, Do you think everyone will believe a random person who claims to be Senior Tonggu? They won't. Jun Changshao said, Because everyone has the right to doubt, so I won't explain. Whether you believe it or not, this old man has already shown you a clear path. Whether you can grasp it or not, it's up to you. With that, he turned and left. Whether it was bluffing or swindling, one could not be too hasty. Crazy. Although Sun Muching said that, his heart was a little shaken. Could it be that this mysterious old man was really Jinren Tonggu? Impossible, impossible, he must be lying to me. If it was an adult, they would definitely not take Go Xing's words to heart, but Sun Muching was only 10 years old after all. He had not experienced too much of the sinister human heart, so when he went home and lay in bed, he would always inadvertently think of it. The next day, he woke up early as usual, washed up, and went to school. On the way, he heard people talking about what had happened at Fengqi Celestial Mountain in the past few days, so he leaned over and smiled. Second uncle, can you tell me about it? Hey, kid, why are you suddenly in the mood to listen to gossip? The man called second uncle joked. Sun Muching said, Cultivating every day is really boring, so I want to know more about the outside world to broaden my horizons. Not bad, not bad. Second uncle nodded. On the path of martial arts, you should strike a balance between work and rest. Come, second uncle will tell you about the big things that have happened recently. Big things. Sun Muching pricked up his ears to listen. When he learned that the vortex that appeared in the space earlier was a result of a mortal martial artist forcibly ascending and finally passing through the formation of heavenly thunder of 10,000 tribulations to land on Fengqi Celestial Mountain, his little heart was instantly shaken. He didn't know how powerful the thunder array was, but since it was set up by the Realm Hall, it must be very powerful. It was absolutely inconceivable that someone could force their way up. Second uncle. Sun Muching asked, Who is it that's so powerful? I don't know who it is. Second uncle paused for a moment and then said, But I know that it wasn't a person who ascended to the higher realm, but a mountain. A mountain? Sun Muching widened his eyes. It was a rule that had existed for a long time for mortal creatures to ascend to the upper realm. But since when could something like Lian Shan, who didn't have any consciousness, also ascend? To be exact, Second Uncle continued, it wasn't a mountain that ascended, it was a sect. Sect? Sun Muching was dumbfounded again. Second Uncle said, I heard that this sect is called the Sect of All Times. After coming out of the vortex, they settled down on Fengqi Celestial Mountain. Not long ago, they even bullied the Sword Mystic Sect, Sharp Blade Mystic Sect, and other forces. Sect of All Times? Sun Muching suddenly remembered the guidance that the mysterious person had given him last night, so he thought to himself, so there really is such a sect. Second Uncle said in admiration, to be able to break through the formation of heavenly thunder of 10,000 tribulations and defeat a few mystic sects, this sect of all times that came from the mortal realm is not simple. Sun Muching fell silent. Second Uncle's strength might not be strong, but he had been traveling the higher realm for many years and had seen a lot. To be able to give such an evaluation of the sect of all times, perhaps he really was capable. Jun Changshao didn't know that the child that he couldn't even convince was gradually memorizing the name of the sect of all times from the words of passers-by. Second Uncle. I'm going to cultivate. After arriving at the school, Sun Muching shook his head and threw the things that he had heard to the back of his mind. He said firmly, I'll be leaving for Lin Yuan City to participate in the Wu Tang assessment the day after tomorrow. I should focus more on cultivation. In the wilderness, Jun Changshao continued on his journey with his two disciples. Yi Xingqian, who had regained his spirits, was in much better spirits than yesterday, and his desire to become stronger was also stronger. Anyo, remember? Jun Changshao said, in this world, anyone can defeat you, but you can't be defeated by yourself. No matter what kind of setbacks you face in the future, you must stand up like a man. Yi Xingqian was speechless. Patriarch, are you saying that as if I wasn't a man in the past? Of course. Jun Changshao said again, after going to Lin Yuan City, you must keep a low profile, don't blindly stir up trouble. Actually, even if he didn't say it, Anyo would keep a low profile, because the children in the town were already so strong, so the children in the city must be as strong as the sky. A few days later, the three of them entered the boundary of Lin Yuan City. Walking on the spacious official road, they met children in their teens one after another, who were hurrying on their way under the guidance of martial masters. Jun Changshao had already inquired in Stillwater Town that the Wu Tang examination would be held in the city soon, and the schools in the surrounding villages and towns would bring students to participate. If they passed in the end, their lives would be changed. Logically speaking, there was no need to go to Lin Yuan City after buying so many medicinal herbs and seeds from the grocery store, but Go Xing still rushed over because he wanted to see what the so-called Wu Tang examination was like and how many geniuses there were. The new main mission didn't set a limit on the number of people, so there was no need to forcibly recruit them. But don't forget that whether a sect could flourish for a long time often depended on whether the younger generation could continue. And as the patriarch, he couldn't just look at the present, but also look at the future. It was difficult to be a man. It was even more difficult to be a patriarch. Lin Yuan City was very big. There were also a lot of permanent residents. Even though the three of them were mentally prepared, when they stood on the main street that was big enough for dozens of carriages to walk side by side, they still felt like Granny Lu strolling through the Grand View Garden. Calm down, calm down. Jun Changshao took a deep breath and took the two disciples to find an inn to stay in first, and then went to the market square for a stroll. But not long after he went in, he immediately walked out dejectedly because there were too many things sold there, and the prices were very expensive, giving him a feeling of "I'm poor." Sigh. Back at the inn, Jun Changshao sighed and said, let's wait for the Wu-Tang examination to be held in 7 days. 7 days later. In the eastern district of Linyuan City, a huge open-air venue that could accommodate hundreds of thousands of people was already full of martial artists, who were looking forward to the start of the annual Wu-Tang examination. Jun Changshao and the other two sat in the seats at the back, becoming spectators in the crowd. Of course, they must have spent money to get in. The price was a little expensive, and an admission ticket cost 1,000 magnetite. The moment Jun Changshao took out the money, every muscle in his body hurt. I can't believe that we have to spend money to get in this annual Wu-Tang examination. I'll discuss it with Old Yuan when I go back. It can be used as a reference. While muttering, students from the surrounding villages and towns walked into the venue one after another, including Zhang Muching from Stillwater Town. His clear eyes flickered with excitement, but at the same time, he was a little nervous. It's this guy. Yi Xingchen clenched his fists, but there was no anger in his heart. Who could he blame for being inferior? This examination was in charge of Wu-Tang's senior management. After briefly bragging about their glorious history, they officially entered the main topic, which was the aptitude and physique assessment, and then the actual combat assessment. The so-called actual combat assessment was to divide hundreds of students into several groups, and then choose their opponents by drawing lots. They would fight all the way to the end, and then be reviewed and approved by the review team to become a member of Wu-Tang. After understanding the rules, Jun Changshao was speechless. What's the difference between this and a martial arts competition in the mortal world? The examination officially begins. Under the orders of the Wu-Tang senior management, the intense and exciting examination began. Sun Muching was very outstanding in the aptitude and physique assessment, and then the actual combat assessment followed. He defeated all his opponents and successfully entered the finals. Patriarch Xiao Ziji said, "The kid who defeated Brother Yi will take first place in Group A without any suspense." Yi Xingchen was about to cry. "Can you not bring me into this when you talk about him? This is a huge blow to my self-esteem that I just built up." "Anyo," Jun Changshao said, "it's not shameful for you to lose to him." Yi Xingchen held his head and cried in his heart, "Can this matter be overturned?" However, when the finals of Group A began, Sun Muching, who originally had the absolute advantage, was repeatedly stopped by the referee. After fighting for an hour, he was actually defeated. What a pity! It can't be helped. His opponent is too strong. There should be hope for next year. The spectating martial artists all shook their heads and sighed. Jun Changshao's expression became interesting, and then he roared in his heart, "Is this because his opponent is too strong? There's clearly something shady going on." Chapter 1356. The Group A finals ended. Although Sun Muching suppressed his opponent throughout the entire match, he was still judged to have lost the match by the referee. This, Xiao Ziji was dumbfounded. From the battle just now, Sun Muching suppressed his opponent in terms of technique and strength. If he hadn't been stopped multiple times, the outcome would have been decided long ago. Patriarch Xiao Ziji broke down and transmitted his voice. "This fight is too fake." Jun Changshao said, "There's something wrong with this referee." Referees could be bribed to make unfair judgments. However, what Go Xing couldn't understand was that anyone with discerning eyes could see that there was a conspiracy, but why did the audience turn a blind eye to it? Were they all blind? I knew that the young city lord was strong. He really won the Group A championship. The young city lord has amazing talent and physique at such a young age, it would be easy for him to enter the Wu-Tang competition. Young city lord? The son of Lin Yuan City's city lord? Jun Changshao finally understood that no matter who came up in the Group A finals, the script had already been written. Cruel reality. The martial artists in the venue cheered loudly for the Group A winners, but no one noticed the dejected Sun Muching walking down the stage, like an orphan abandoned by the whole world. "I could have won, but why did I lose?" He kept repeating this sentence, his mood extremely low. The reason is simple. Suddenly, an old voice sounded in his ear. You don't have a backer. Jun Changshao definitely couldn't miss such a good opportunity, so he immediately started bluffing. Sun Muching instantly realized that the voice came from the black-clothed man who called himself Senior Tonggu, so he hurriedly looked up, but couldn't find him in the venue. This world is full of unfairness. What you've encountered is just the tip of the iceberg. Jun Changshao continued to transmit his voice. So, if you want to achieve more, you have to go to a fair place and receive fair treatment. Sun Muching was silent. I object. At this moment, a discordant voice suddenly rang out amidst the praises, causing the entire venue to instantly quiet down. Sun Muching looked in the direction of the voice and saw a black-robed man standing up from the edge of the spectators' stand. Sitting beside him was the cultivator he had defeated in the town. Everyone. Jun Changshao placed his hand on his chest and asked, Doesn't your heart hurt? Everyone was dumbfounded. Schwa. Jun Changshao pointed at Sun Muching, who seemed to have been abandoned, and said with righteous indignation, He was clearly in the lead in the battle just now, but in the end, the champion was given to his opponent. This is simply the greatest irony to martial arts. Not only did he turn a blind eye to it, he even applauded the winner. This kind of behavior is really distressing. Everyone fell silent. The person in charge of Wu-Tang, who was handing out the winners' medals, said in a deep voice, Kid, are you openly questioning my Wu-Tang assessment? Bah. Jun Changshao said, Please, don't insult the word martial anymore. Patriarch Yi Xingchen pulled his sleeve and said telepathically, We agreed to keep a low profile. You must control yourself. Control my ass. Jun Changshao roared. All the young people who came to participate in the assessment have worked hard for 7 or 8 years, but in the end they were all rejected because of one word. What kind of King fairness is this? Sun Muching, who was still very strong, suddenly burst into tears. He was not crying because he was judged to have lost, but because someone stood up for him when he was abandoned. Jun Changshao looked over and said with a serious expression, Even if you lost this match in everyone's eyes, you won in my eyes. You won fair and square, and you won with a clear conscience. Kid. The person in charge of Wu-Tang pulled a long face and said, I think you're here to make trouble, right? Of course. With Go Xing's bad temper, if he did not cause trouble for 3 days, he would definitely go overboard. Moreover, if he did not seek some excitement, how could he live up to his identity as a disciple of a Taishan elder? Such a high-standard martial arts event, but you did such a despicable and dirty thing. Jun Changshao raised his ticket and said angrily, My money died in vain. Throw him out. The person in charge of Wu-Tang shouted. Whoosh, whoosh. The martial artists in charge of the venue's security rushed over. No need. Jun Changshao said, I'll leave on my own. After that, he left with Xiao Ziji and Yi Xingchen. Kid. When they reached the entrance, Jun Changshao turned his head and looked at Sun Muching, saying, This Wu-Tang is not worth your time. If you want to become stronger, you can come to the Sect of all times and find me. After being filled with righteous indignation for a long time, he finally revealed his fox tail. Sect of all times? The martial artists in the venue immediately started discussing. News about this sect had been spreading like wildfire in the city recently. The security guards who were about to take action and quickly drive Go Xing out suddenly hesitated, because they heard that even profound sects like the Imperial Sword Profound Sect and the Sharp Blade Profound Sect had suffered. Wu-Tang was quite famous in Linyuan City, but in the end it was just a non-powerful organization, and there was still a big gap between it and a profound sect. Who are you? Sun Muching shouted. Jun Changshao stopped, and under the contrast of various special effects, his imposing back appeared, saying, The patriarch of the sect of all times. I will go. Sun Muching wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, saying, I will go to the sect of all times. Outside Lin Yuan City, Jun Changshao walked quickly with his 2 disciples, feeling as if they had caused big trouble and would be unlucky if they didn't slip away immediately. Don't be a coward, the system said. Bring out the aura from just now. Get lost. Jun Changshao cursed in his heart, then returned to the sect as fast as he could. Lin Yuan Academy still had to continue with the B and C group competitions, so he didn't have the time to take care of this guy who interrupted him midway, so he was able to let him safely return to the Aeon Immortal Mountain. It's too dark. Thinking back to the competition he had witnessed earlier, Jun Changshao sat in the main hall and said seriously, Since my sect of all times has come to the upper realm, we will never let a genius be covered in dust. Patriarch. The next day, Li Qingyang walked in and said, There is a young man called Sun Muching at the foot of the mountain who wants to see you. So fast. Jun Changshao was a little surprised, but he said seriously, Let him in. Sect of all times, in the main hall. Sun Muching was brought in by Li Qingyang. When he saw Jun Changshao sitting at the head of the table, he was able to confirm, Are you really the patriarch of the sect of all times? At the venue, he was quite doubtful, but after thinking about it, he still decided to go to Fengqi Immortal Mountain. After all, when he heard second uncle talk about this sect, he already had a strong interest in it. The main reason was that he couldn't enter Wu-Tang because of shady dealings. He didn't have the face to go back to his hometown, so he could only come here. Simply put, let's just go with the flow. Why would I lie to you? Jun Changshao said. Swish. Sun Muching cupped his hands and said, Patriarch, please accept me as your disciple. I don't accept disciples, I only accept disciples. Disciples are fine too. Qingyang, give me the entry form. After the most traditional entrance inquiry, Jun Changshao immediately stamped the sect seal and said, From now on, you are a disciple of the sect of all times. I'm a disciple already? Sun Muching was a little confused. As far as he knew, joining a sect and entering Wu-Tang had to go through the assessment process, and it was even stricter than that. However, he was accepted just by saying his name and address. It seemed a little too childish. Sun Muching didn't know that he didn't go through the assessment process because he had defeated the core disciple Yi Xingqian in Stillwater Town. The sect of all times welcomed its first disciple after ascending to the upper realm. According to the sect's culture, he must be given special treatment, so Su Xiaoma and Li Fei had been waiting in the training field with happy footballs. After a while, Sun Muching walked out of the main hall. He's coming, he's coming. Li Tiantian, who was in charge of sentry duty, immediately transmitted his voice. Boom! Boom! In the blink of an eye, 2 happy footballs flew toward him in an arc, carrying a very strong force. Sun Muching frowned and dashed forward. His whole body soared into the air, and he kicked the ball back with both of his legs. Bang! Bang! Sounds were heard as he kicked the ball back. F***CK. Boom! Boom! Su Xiaoma and Yi Xingqian didn't dodge in time. One was kicked in the face, the other in the stomach, and then sank into the wall in the distance. So, he's an expert. Chapter 1357. The culture of the sect of all times was that all new disciples had to be entertained by happy footballs so that they could experience the feeling of home first. However, the situation changed after Sun Muching appeared. Su Xiaoma and Li Fei, who had been carrying out the culture of the sect for a long time, not only did they not succeed, they were even killed by him. How could that be? Therefore, the 2 of them contacted more of their fellow disciples and organized a football match in the training field with Sun Muching as the goalkeeper. Ta! Su Xiaoma, Li Fei, Li Tianshang, Sima Zhongda, and the others appeared in front of the penalty area one after another. They were all stepping on happy footballs. This was not regular football. This was a special training for the goalkeepers. The young and ignorant Sun Muching did not realize that he was being targeted by the veteran disciples. He even bent down in front of the goal and asked foolishly, "Senior brother, is this how it should be?" "That's right," Su Xiaoma said. "You just need to guard the goal and not let the ball in." "Understood. Come on." Sun Muching was interested. Everyone looked at each other and quickly reached a tacit understanding in their hearts. They poured spiritual energy into their feet and kicked the happy footballs fiercely. Bang! 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 Several streams of light shot out. Judging from their trajectories, they were indeed aiming to break the goal, but they were all locked onto Sun Muching's face. How ruthless! This little guy is probably going to be unlucky. I hope he's fine. The disciples outside the training field looked at him sympathetically. This was especially so for Shang Yuhen. Every time he thought about how he was taken care of by his senior brothers when he first came to the sect of all times, he could not stop his tears from flowing down. However, although Sun Muching stood in front of the goal, his body was constantly twisting. His hands interweaved with the shadows of his palms and blocked all the footballs that shot at him. Damn! The disciples who were watching the show widened their eyes. There were so many balls, but the new junior brother not only blocked them all, his feet did not move at all. Amazing! Too amazing! Go! Whoosh! Whoosh! Shwa! Su Xiaoma, Li Fei, and the others sprinted forward. Everyone kicked the ball of happiness that had rolled over again from different positions, and the force it carried was stronger than the last time. Bang! 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 Sun Muching stood in front of the goal. His body and arms moved frequently, as if he had turned into 1,000-armed guanyin. He blocked the balls that were shot at him from all directions. He was simply a super goal god. In front of the main hall, Ding Xingwang said in surprise, "Patriarch, this child is very strong. Otherwise, why would I value him so highly?" Jun Changshao said proudly. Martial artists from the upper realm generally had high aptitudes and physiques, and this Sun Muching was one of the best among them. After joining the sect of all times and undergoing training, he would definitely be able to shine in the future. If the new disciples recruited in the future were all at this level, when all of them rose up, the scene would definitely be magnificent. The system poured cold water on him. "You're thinking too much." An hour later, Su Xiaoma, Li Fei, and the others were all paralyzed on the ground. In the beginning, they rushed to kick people, but when they realized that they could not do anything, they focused on breaking the goal. In the end, no one kicked in, which was undoubtedly a huge blow to them. Senior brothers. Sun Muching stood in front of the goal and smiled brightly. "Tomorrow, I'll kick. Can you guys defend?" The next day, Su Xiaoma and Li Fei lay in a mess near the goal. Some were clutching their stomachs and struggling, while others were covering their faces and howling. They looked very miserable. As for the ball of happiness, more than 10 of them had been kicked in. The veteran disciples, who had always liked to welcome newcomers with the sect's culture, had completely fallen into Sun Muching's hands. They were not willing to accept this, not convinced. What should they do? The only thing he could do was to focus all his attention on cultivation. Sun Muching's appearance made the disciples feel pressured, and it also deeply stimulated their desire to become stronger. Not bad, not bad. A smile appeared on Jun Changshao's face as he sensed the dense cultivation aura coming from the sect. Although recruiting Sun Muching was the intention of a strong sect, it was more to provide motivation for the disciples to understand the gap between them and the geniuses of the upper realm, so that they could focus more on cultivation. Of course, in the long journey of cultivation, as the patriarch, Jun Changshao still had to escort the disciples and provide them with shortcuts at any time, such as the transformation pill. Due to the limitations of materials and funds, he could only refine more than 1,000 of this pill. It could not be made universal, so after the refinement, he could only choose the higher-ups and core disciples to use. Creak. Yi Xingchen closed the door again and looked down at the pill in his hand. he said excitedly. What miraculous effects does this pill have? He raised his head and swallowed the entire transformation pill. When he realized that his body, soul, meridians, and other aspects had been improved, he exclaimed, "This is even more powerful than the body transformation pill and the soul transformation pill." Li Qingyang, Xiao Zuiji, and the others also took the elixirs one after another. They were all shocked and overjoyed after their powers were completely sublimated. They had gone through all kinds of tempering in the lower realm. In terms of aptitude and physique, they were not inferior to Sun Muching. The reason why it was difficult to compare was because of the huge difference in their living environment. Now that the Patriarch gave them a brand new pill, they were improved in all aspects and surpassed the teenager. It was still a little difficult because the other party had taken it too. Patriarch. After feeling the changes in his body, Sun Muching stared with his big innocent eyes and said, "This pill is amazing." Muching. Jun Changshao threw the copies of the Illuminating Heart Sutra and the Heaven-Crossing Palm and said, "These are the low-level martial arts of our sect. Take them and cultivate for now." The black and white Rakshasas would definitely collapse if they heard this. If these were low-level martial arts, it would be difficult to find people in the upper realm who could cultivate high-level martial arts. "Thank you, Patriarch." Sun Muching took the 2 martial arts books back to his residence and began to cultivate. After studying them for a night, he said excitedly, "Senior Tong Gu really showed me a bright path. He came to the sect of all times because he failed in the assessment and came to the sect with a disheartened attitude. He didn't expect that this sect would have magical pills and high-level martial arts that were easy to understand and mysterious. He also had to thank Lin Yuan and Wu Tang. If he didn't play with the unspoken rules, it would have been difficult for the little guy to enter the sect of all times. Then he would have wasted his talent and time crazily in the future. Outside the sect of all times, the flat area that was originally covered with weeds had completely turned into a medicinal field after a few days of hard work by Paige. Although the little guy had sweated a lot, he had also become much stronger after eating and vomiting. Even when he was lying on the ground and snoring, the heaven and earth attributes could be clearly seen gathering in every strand of his hair. With the bloodline of the earth-devouring sacred beast, if he wanted to become stronger, he would have to eat all the way, and the soil in the upper realm was obviously more nutritious than the soil in the lower realm. As the saying goes, the heavens reward the diligent. Paige's current strength was definitely ranked among the top among Jun Changxiao's contract beasts, but because of its special attributes and functions, it was destined to spend more time in construction. Elder Wei. Jun Changxiao, who was standing on the top of the mountain, looked at Sun Bukong and the others who were planting medicinal seeds in an orderly manner, and asked, "The soil in the upper realm contains stronger heaven and earth attributes, so the growth cycle of medicinal herbs should be faster, right?" Elder Wei shook his head and said, "I have already studied it. Although the soil here is strong, the seeds given by the Patriarch are not comparable to those in the lower realm. I am afraid it will take a long time to mature from planting." Jun Changxiao was speechless. The majestic heaven and earth attributes can certainly help disciples improve faster. If there are various medicinal pills to assist, it will certainly save a lot of time. But if the supply of medicinal herbs is not enough, then it will be a bit of a mess. The system took advantage of the opportunity and said, "If there is a problem, find them all." Jun Changxiao raised his head and said solemnly, "I really want to rely on myself. I really don't want to use cheats." Chapter 1358. If the sect wanted to become stronger, it still needed to rely on the shop. Therefore, after Jun Changxiao returned to his study after inspecting the herb field, he pulled it out again. After careful consideration, he decided to refresh the original items. Due to the limit of contribution points, he could not buy all the good pill recipes. He could only use them on items that could really bring benefits to the sect. How could he drive it? He definitely needed more medicinal herbs to drive it. In Jun Changxiao's follow-up development plan for the sect, pills were the first priority. This was because only by taking shortcuts could he overtake them, making up for the huge gap between the disciples and the upper realm martial artists due to the environment. Pill recipes could be bought through the shop, but due to the lack of funds, it was impossible to buy a large amount of medicinal herbs immediately, so he could only plant them himself. To put it simply, Jun Changxiao hoped that the medicinal herbs would wait for the pill recipes, but he did not want the pill recipes to wait for the medicinal herbs. Schwa! All new items appeared in the shop. The system did not lie to him. It did not deduct his contribution points after the refresh. I can keep refreshing until I get the items I want. Without the setting of using contribution points to refresh, Jun Changxiao's heart suddenly became wild. At this moment, Goxing found a weapon called the sky-piercing blade in the shop. The word reputation was written in front of it, but he could not click on the details because the image was dark gray. There was a note below, unlocked with 500 reputation points. That's right. The system said, this is a new function unlocked in the upper realm. Only when the sect's reputation reaches a certain value can you buy it. It can also be called a reputation item. Jun Changxiao was speechless. In other words, in the upper realm's new version of the shop, not only can I buy everything with contribution points, but there's also a D**MN reputation point restriction. Host, you're really a clever little devil. Jun Changxiao continued to look and found that there were many items with reputation prefixes. There were high and low unlocked values, so he broke down. I can't do whatever I want with money. There were many good things in the shop after the second refresh, but he did not find anything that he urgently needed, so Goxing continued to refresh. After all, it did not cost him money. Schwa! Schwa! In a short period of time, Jun Changxiao refreshed 5 times in a row. Just as he was about to be dazzled by the variety of items, an item called the Purple Firmament Constellation Array caught his eye. Click on the introduction. Item: Purple Firmament Constellation Array Introduction, a profound array created by the Chiman formation god by observing the stars. Effect: can be used as a defensive formation to be set up in clans, sects, cities, etc. Advantage: after creating and modifying it many times, the evaluation given by the God of Strange Gates formation was, once the formation is set up in one place, it will ensure eternal peace. Disadvantage: expensive. Price: 500,000 contribution points. Level: unknown. After seeing the flaws and the price, Jun Chang broke down and said, "This isn't just expensive, it's ridiculously expensive." The system said, "Isn't the host lacking a sect protection formation?" From the introduction, the Purple Firmament Constellation Array is undoubtedly very suitable. I recommend buying it for 5 stars. Jun Changxiao felt a little dizzy. Right now, he only had 690,000 contribution points. If he were to buy it, he would immediately turn from a tall, rich, and handsome man to a poor, short, and poor man. Wait a minute? The God of Strange Gates formation? Jun Changxiao thought of the formation-breaking chapter of Strange Gates Duanjia. Because it was also created by the God of Strange Gates formation, he had even benefited from it and succeeded in breaking out of prison and blowing up the Starry Sky Fortress. The host and this expert are fated, the system said. Jun Changxiao looked at the introduction of the advantages and said, "Once the formation is set up in one place, it will ensure eternal peace? The evaluation of the formation you created is a bit like selling melons to an old woman." Ding. The host has spent 500,000 contribution points and obtained the Purple Firmament Constellation Array X1. It has been transferred into the spatial ring. Ding. Sect contribution points 190000. When he heard the notification that he had spent 500,000 contribution points, Jun Changxiao sighed. When I first bought an item in the mortal world, it was only 1 contribution point. Now it has increased so much. The host was still a rookie at that time. Now, he has already entered the core transformation realm. Can they be compared? The system said. That's true. The number of contribution points he spent kept increasing. Jun Changxiao's realm and the strength of the sect were also increasing. After all, everyone was growing. After buying the purple firmament constellation array, Gou Xing did not immediately study it. Instead, he continued to browse the subsequent items. When he found that there was nothing useful, he pulled down the store again. Ding! The host has reached the limit of 5 free refresh times per month. Would you like to activate the monthly or annual VIP to unlock more refresh times? After hearing the notification, Jun Changxiao was stunned for a moment. Then, he roared, "Why is there a limit?" The system entered the play dead mode. At this moment, a new pop-up window appeared in the store. The content was, activating the monthly VIP account. The cost is 50,000 contribution points. The refresh limit is increased to 10 times per month. Activating the annual VIP account. The cost is 500,000 contribution points. The refresh limit is increased to 30 times per month. The host will also obtain the new Nouveau Riche Interface X1 and the sweet notification sound of a young lady X1. Jun Changxiao could not control his emotions and roared, "This is not the upper realm version of the system. This is the Krypton Gold version of the system." The system said, "The host is recommended to activate the annual VIP account. After all, it can save 100,000 contribution points and refresh 30 times per month." Get out of here! Jun Changxiao angrily retracted the system interface. Not to mention that he did not have the money to buy the VIP account. Even if he did, he would not buy it. This was because he wanted to be a civilian player. If he wanted to be a player, he wanted to be a seal headling chong. Ding! Recharge successful. Congratulations to the host for becoming a monthly VIP account. The refresh limit is increased from 5 to 10 times per month. Ding! Sect contribution points. 140000. Jun Changxiao slowly opened his eyes. He felt that his body was full of fighting power, so he said proudly, "Krypton Gold made me stronger." The system was speechless. As expected of the patriarch of the eternal true fragrance sect, the store could indeed refresh for free, but it was limited to 5 refresh times per month. If one wanted to continue to refresh, they would either have to recharge the VIP account or wait for the cooldown to cool down next month. Jun Changxiao really wanted to be the Liver Emperor, but he had just arrived in the upper realm. Firstly, he had no money, and secondly, he did not have the strength. Although he could attract rich women with his handsome face, he had to at least meet them first. Recharging 50,000 contribution points per month would allow him to refresh 5 times, which was equivalent to the price of a high-level store in the lower realm. Therefore, Gou Xing still chose to recharge to become a VIP. Not to mention, it was really good. On the 6th refresh of the store, an item called Nourishing Soil appeared in the first grid. Its effect was to improve the soil and greatly increase the growth cycle of heaven and earth treasures. Jun Changxiao looked at you through the camera and said emotionally, "This is the power of Krypton Gold." Ding! The host has spent 100,000 contribution points and obtained Nourishing Soil X1. It has been transferred to the spatial ring. Ding! Sect contribution points, 40,000. The so-called Nourishing Soil was an item similar to a black stone. According to the introduction, as long as it was buried underground, it would slowly increase the overall quality of the surrounding soil. Jun Changxiao went to the center of the herb field and dug a hole to bury it. Only then did he return to the study to study the purple firmament constellation formation. The next day, Li Qingyang hurriedly ran over and said in shock, "Patriarch, quickly go to the herb field and take a look." "What's wrong?" Jun Changxiao went to the herb field. When he saw the scene in front of him, he was stunned. After a while, he said emotionally, "Krypton gold made me happy. Krypton gold made me strong." Chapter 1359. Today's herb field was no longer the same as yesterday's, because every grain of sand seemed to contain rich heaven and earth attributes. Even the sky above was covered in a thin layer of mist. The Aeon Immortal Mountain was originally poetic and picturesque. Now that such a scene had appeared in the low-lying area, it was really, Spirit Mountain is more beautiful, and the sky and water are both dense. Jun Changshao was dumbfounded. Of course, it was not because of the scenery in front of him. It was because in just one night, the entire herb field soil had been transformed, and even extended to undeveloped areas. That was too fast. The system said, the goods in the upper realm store are not comparable to those in the mortal world, so the host only needs to prepare enough contribution points to experience more surprises in the future. Patriarch. Squatting in the herb field, and carefully observing the transformed soil, Elder Wei said excitedly, "This is simply a celestial field. How long will it take for the seeds to mature?" Jun Changshao was more concerned about efficiency. After all, it was related to whether the sect could develop rapidly in the future. Elder Wei shook his head and said, "I can't analyze it for now." As a professional herbalist, not only did he have to understand herbs, but he also had to understand the soil. This place that had suddenly been strengthened had exceeded his scope of understanding. The next day, there were new changes in the herb field. The seeds that were sown sprouted collectively and were even shrouded in flowing light. It was obvious that they were not ordinary. So fast? Elder Wei was a little confused. For the next few days, he squatted in the herb field and watched the growth of the herbs with his own eyes. In the end, he gave a rough estimate that the first batch of herbs would mature between half a month to a month. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "It's a little slow." Elder Wei was speechless. The higher the quality of the seeds, the longer the maturity period. Now that it had been upgraded to the same growth rate as ordinary seeds, the patriarch actually thought it was slow. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Under the nourishment of the soil, the herbs grew healthily. Every branch and leaf seemed to be wrapped in heaven and earth attribute. Looking down from above, the scene presented was quite shocking. The disciples of the medical hall were like hard-working gardeners, busily pruning and managing the medicinal fields. One day, the black Rakshasa, who was rarely free from cultivation, happened to pass by. Seeing the herb farm that seemed to be completely enveloped by the attributes of the world, he exclaimed, "Little brother, where did you get so many Xian-class heavenly resources?" "Brother," Jun Changshao said, "these are ordinary herbs." "Ordinary herbs?" A hint of doubt appeared on the black Rakshasa's face. After taking a closer look, his eyes widened. He did not know much about pills, nor did he know much about medicinal herbs. However, he had traveled around the upper realm for many years, so naturally, he had seen a lot of them. The plants in front of him could clearly be bought at any grocery store, but why did they give off a strong feeling? The classification of medicinal herbs was similar to that of the sects in the upper realm. Once they reached the level of Xian, they could be called heavenly treasures. The seeds that Jun Changshao bought from Stillwater Town were ordinary goods. They might be high and mighty in the mortal world, but they were common in the upper world. However, after being nourished in the modified soil, they had completely mutated. The energy contained within had already reached Xian class, and could already be called heavenly resources. Xian class was not too outstanding. After all, there were 3 classes above it: truth, path, and immortal. However, the fact that all the plants in such a huge medicinal field were of this class was extremely shocking. "Little brother," the black Rakshasa said seriously, "even a Xian-class sect may not have a medicinal field like this." Jun Changshao did not expect that the modified medicinal field could cultivate ordinary seeds to Xian class. Thus he began to think. Can I sell them for money? In the upper realm, there were always only two things that were in great demand: mystical stones and pills. Mystical stones could be obtained from mineral veins, but pills had to be refined. This refining process could not lack medicinal herbs. Even the most effective medicinal herbs could allow the pills to be fully refined. As a newcomer to the sect of all times, it was unrealistic to rely on robbing to make a fortune. Thus, they needed to find another way. For example, selling medicinal herbs that were obviously low class but had reached Xian class? Elder Wei said, "As far as I know, high-class pills require heavenly resources because ordinary medicinal herbs cannot reach the refining standard. The medicinal herbs planted in our medicinal field have far exceeded the standard. They can completely replace extremely rare heavenly resources. There's no need to worry about a lack of market." "I agree with selling medicinal herbs," Yuan Gongzi said. As the patriarch of Fu, he had been thinking about the future development of the sect. Due to overwork, a strand of his hair had turned white. Elder Wei. After Jun Changshao had an idea, he said, "The exterior of the medicinal field also needs to be modified. Expand the scale and increase the production of medicinal herbs as soon as possible." Yes. Elder Wei hurriedly took action. In this aspect, Paige had once again shown her value. However, before the order was given, she had already started eating outside the medicinal field. This was because the modified soil was undoubtedly a great tonic. Jun Changshao had a way to develop the sect. That was to sell the matured high-class medicinal herbs and then invest the money. From there, many little drops would make an ocean. However, now that he had a way, he still needed customers. Could it be that he would push a cart and stop at the market and shout loudly like he was going to the market? "Master AI," Jun Changshao said, "I miss you." In the early stages of entrepreneurship in the lower realm, AI Shangyao's appearance was undoubtedly a great help. Thus, it would be great if he could meet a family or organization that dealt in pills and medicinal herbs in the upper realm. The idea was good, but the reality was cruel. Back then, Jun Changshao had the identity of a villager from Qingyang village. What about now? Other than illegal immigration, he had no relatives in the upper realm. Especially when there were no towns nearby, there was basically no hope for him to meet a family. Forget it, forget it. For the future development of the sect, what's wrong with hawking on the streets? For a person who cared about his reputation to do such a thing, it was obvious that he was really dedicated to the sect of all times. The construction of the herb field was in full swing. The sect's disciples were also beginning to understand the magnificent reflection scripture. The biggest advantage of this mental cultivation method was that it was completely suitable for the new environment of the upper realm. Not only could it refine the pure heaven and earth attributes, but it could also condense the profound meaning of heaven and earth. To put it simply, in the lower realm, martial arts had to be comprehended by oneself. In the upper realm, the profound meaning contained in the attributes was just a matter of finding a way to absorb it. Huff huff. On the peak where the disciples lived, the aura of advancement came from Yi Xingchen's room. "No way," Su Xiaoma said in surprise. "Junior brother Yi broke through again? I remember that before he ascended to the upper realm, he had just entered rank 6 Wu Sheng." Li Fei also widened his eyes. Just as everyone was surprised and envious, the aura of advancement reached its peak and began to converge after a while. Creak. Yi Xingchen pushed open the door and walked out. His whole body exuded a stronger aura than before. In such a short time, he had entered rank 7 from rank 6. There was no joy in his heart because it was nothing in the new world. Anyo was one of the first core disciples to comprehend the magnificent reflection scripture. In the next few days, Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others gradually comprehended it, and their realms increased by a level. In the lower realm, they had already refined all aspects to the extreme. In fact, they were not inferior to the upper realm martial artists. Therefore, when they were in the same environment and had a more advanced mental cultivation method, their strength naturally increased faster. The ones who showed the most were the inner and outer disciples. After they comprehended the magnificent reflection scripture, they improved by a small level every now and then. When the first batch of seeds had completely matured, according to the Ning brothers' statistics, the lowest cultivation level in the entire sect was rank 5 Wu Huang. Of course, in the past month, most of the disciples had been comprehending the mental cultivation method and did not have much time to cultivate. Therefore, now that they had succeeded in comprehending it, they were destined to enter the stage of a big breakthrough for the entire sect. Chapter 1360. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Within the sect of all times, the momentum of advancement was higher and higher. The frequency of the inner and outer sect disciples breaking through small realms and large realms also became faster and faster as they comprehended the magnificent Illumination Sutra. In a brand new environment, a brand new system, and with the help of a high-level heart technique, this kind of large-scale breakthrough was normal. It would not be surprising if they reached Wu Sheng or even Martial Grand Emperor in the future. Of course, because the general realm was low, it could be quickly improved with the help of the magnificent Illumination Sutra. However, after reaching a certain realm, the speed would naturally decrease. At this time, they had to use magnetite, pills, and other things to assist. In order to solve this problem, Jun Changshao brought the mature herbs to Lin Yuan City and began the shameless peddling on the streets trip of a sect master. This time, he did not bring Yi Xingchen and Xiao Ziji because the two were immersed in cultivation like the other disciples. I say, on the road to Lin Yuan City, Jun Changshao broke down. Why don't you cultivate in the sect? Why do you have to come to sell herbs? The disciples did not follow, but Rose of Flowers did. She smiled and said, "The husband sings and the wife follows." Jun Changshao was speechless. Actually, Rose of Flowers flipped her hair and said, "I'm now stuck at the peak of the Return to Origin realm. It's not enough to enter the Return to Origin realm by cultivation alone. I still need time to accumulate, so I'm going out with you to see the world." The Return to Origin realm in the Soul Clan's mainland is actually the void-piercing realm in the upper realm. Jun Changshao corrected. "It doesn't matter." Rose of Flowers smiled. "It's good that I can accompany you." Jun Changshao said, "When you go to the city to sell herbs, you must keep a low profile. Don't cause trouble." The system wanted to vomit at his face. When it first went to Lin Yuan City, it also said the same thing to Yi Xingchen. What happened in the end? It questioned Wu Tang's assessment in front of everyone and almost caused trouble. "Okay, I'll listen to my husband." Rose of Flowers smiled sweetly and was about to approach, but Go Xing quickly walked away, keeping an absolute distance from her. "The more you try to avoid me, the more I chase after you." Therefore, in the beautiful scenery of the mountains, there was a scene of one person walking quickly while the other was chasing after the other. It also revealed a different mood from the previous scene. Jun Changshao had been to Lin Yuan City before, so he was used to the prosperity here, but Rose of Flowers was here for the first time. Her eyes were not enough to take in the wide streets and rows of buildings, and her heart was in turmoil. The martial artists in the city were also looking at her. After all, wherever a beautiful woman went, she would be a beautiful sight. The Sect of All Time's uniform was still in the style of the lower realm. Although it was not very revealing, the workmanship was novel, and the color combination was very visually striking. Therefore, when Rose of Flowers wore it, it added a bit of beauty to her. "Tisk," Jun Changshao said disdainfully, "have the martial artists in the upper realm never seen a woman before?" The system said, "Every man has 7 emotions and 6 desires, and they all have the correct aesthetic standards, unlike the host who is like the minister of imperial household." F***ck. Jun Changshao cursed in his heart, then took off the black robe and put it on rows of flowers. He said insincerely, "Don't be too ostentatious when you're outside." The system was speechless. You obviously don't want outsiders to stare at your wife, but you still have to pretend to be cold and indifferent. You're indeed the best actor in the sect of all times. Rows of Flowers stopped and looked at him, smiling. "On our wedding night, did you also cover me with a blanket like this?" Jun Changshao turned his head and said lightly, "No such thing." "Yes," the system said, "I'm an eyewitness." Because of the mission, Go Xing could only choose to be forced to marry, and until now, he was still criticized by the readers as a scumbag. At that time, he drank too much on his wedding night and nothing happened. However, when he woke up the next day and saw rows of flowers sleeping on the table, he still covered her with a blanket before leaving. "It's okay that you forgot," Rose of Flowers said. "I've always remembered it." Jun Changshao was speechless. "Don't tell me you've been pestering me because of this? Other than those flattering officials, you're the only one who really cares about me," Rose of Flowers said. "Big sister." Jun Changshao was on the verge of collapsing. "Your feelings have come too carelessly. If it were someone else who blocked the spear and the knife for you, you'd love them to death." Rose of Flowers stopped and said with her almond-shaped eyes, "Jun Changshao, do you think that I, Rose of Flowers, am a fickle woman? That I'll fall in love with whoever is good to me?" Jun Changshao wanted to explain that he just said it casually and did not mean to humiliate her. However, seeing that this woman was angry, he felt that the more he explained, the more likely she would misunderstand, so he hurriedly changed the topic. "We've arrived at the market, business is more important." Rose of Flowers blocked the way and stared at him. "This is business too." Because the sound was relatively loud, it immediately attracted the warriors and residents passing by on the street. They all turned their heads and guessed in their hearts, could it be that the young couple quarreled? Finding that everyone was talking about him, Jun Changshao's expression changed slightly. He whispered, "There are so many people watching, we'll talk about it when we get back to the sect." Rose of Flowers was not the kind of woman who would do irrational things on the street when she was angry. She took a deep breath to adjust her state of mind, then turned around and walked towards the market. Jun Changshao felt that he was in the wrong, so he followed behind without saying anything. However, she'd just arrived at the entrance of the market when she saw a young man in embroidered clothes swagger over under the escort of his servants. He folded his fan in a carefree manner and smiled in a cultured and refined manner. "Miss, were you bullied by this fellow?" Jun Changshao frowned. He had seen this young man in front of him before. He was the contestant who defeated Sun Muching in the Group A finals of the Wu-Tang assessment. His name was Lu Tingyi, and he was the young city lord of Lin Yuan City. Rose of Flowers pretended not to hear and continued to move forward, but she was blocked by the servants. "Are you deaf? Didn't you hear the young city lord ask you a question?" Lu Tingyi closed his fan and knocked on the head of the servant who spoke. "How many times have I told you to be gentle with beautiful women? Do you think my words are nonsense?" "Yes, yes, yes." The servant hurriedly nodded. Lu Tingyi turned his head, and a gentle expression appeared on his face again. He smiled and said, "Miss, if you have been wronged, you can feel free to say it. This young master will make a decision for you." Rose of Flowers smiled and said, "I have a small conflict with my husband, so you don't have to worry about it." "Husband?" Lu Tingyi carefully looked at Jun Changshao and shook his head. "A flower stuck in cow dung." In terms of appearance alone, Go Xing was more handsome than him, but because he had questioned the fairness of the Wu-Tang assessment, in order to avoid trouble, he had changed his appearance in advance and covered his handsome face. Rose of Flowers took a few steps back and put her hand on Jun Changshao's arm. She smiled and said, "Husband, let's go." She was using her actions to tell Lu Tingyi that the two of them were husband and wife, and an outsider like him should not interfere. Swish! Jun Changshao shook off Rose of Flowers' hand and said expressionlessly, "Who are you calling cow dumb? You." Boom! A powerful true energy suddenly erupted at the intersection, and waves of air and dust were rolled up. The martial artists and pedestrians on the street all widened their eyes because the young man who quarreled with his wife was squatting on the ground at this moment. He pressed one hand on the young city lord's face and said in a cold voice, "A dandy like you who wins by relying on your identity is not even as good as cow dung in my eyes." Chapter 1361. Jun Changshao made his move. He directly pressed Lu Tingyi to the ground with his domineering strength. This kind of cultivation level that didn't even exchange a few words and directly attacked would make people suspect that there was another side quest. But there wasn't. Jun Changshao beat Lu Tingyi not because of verbal humiliation, but because the other party used his identity as the young city lord to operate behind the scenes. Go Xing often used cheating to achieve his goals, especially when he encountered big trouble, but in the martial arts arena, he had always been upright and had never used underhanded means. This could be seen from Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others participating in various competitions. They won with their true strength and never used underhanded means. True legends relied on fighting. Lu Tingyi was different. Not only did he bribe the referee, but he also participated in the assessment at the age of 17. Although Wu Tang didn't explicitly stipulate an age limit, everyone knew that students who participated in the assessment after graduation were usually around 12 or 13 years old. In other words, this young city lord of Lin Yuan City not only cheated, but also bullied the young. Therefore, Jun Changshao couldn't help but directly press him to the ground to vent his anger for his disciple's Sun Muching. "Is that really the case?" the system asked. It didn't matter whether it was the case or not. What was important was that Go Xing was pressed to the ground by the young city lord of Lin Yuan City in front of so many people. That was a serious problem. Something big has happened. City Lord Lu only has this one precious son, and he's afraid that he will melt in his hands. This guy beat him up. He definitely can't leave the city alive. He's got guts. The martial artists who were watching the show didn't mind blowing things up and whispered one after another. Rose of Flowers also realized the identity of this young master from their conversation, so she hurriedly transmitted her voice. "We agreed to keep a low profile, why did you hit him?" Lu Tingyi's servants finally came back to their senses and rushed over with their cultivation, but before they could get close, they were bounced back by a powerful aura. When they fell to the ground in a sorry state, they exclaimed in unison, "Revolving Core Realm!" The angry Jun Changshao didn't circulate the hidden cultivation technique. The aura of a first cycle revolving core stage was completely released. If there were no onlookers around when he was showing off, he would definitely fail. Fortunately, there were many passers-by on the street. After learning about Go Xing's cultivation level, they all opened their eyes wide and cooperated with him. It was truly unexpected that such a frail young man would possess such a cultivation level. No wonder he dared to publicly abuse Lu Tingyi. However, that was the young master of the city, an absolute public figure. If you beat him up, the result would definitely be, "You're finished." Boom! Jun Changshao didn't care who the other party was. He stood up and kicked him fiercely. Lu Tingyi's face, which was worth at least 5,000 yuan, really couldn't withstand this kick. Blood spurted out of his body and he felt dizzy. The servants who had been sent flying naturally wouldn't just stand there and watch. The only thing they could do now was quickly call for help. Shwa! Shwa! A few minutes later, 5 revolving core realm experts flew over from different directions. Although Lin Yuan City was very ordinary in the upper realm, and in terms of status, it couldn't be compared to a Xian sect, it still had revolving core realm cultivators overseeing it. It was just that most of them were at the first transformation realm. "Brat, don't be arrogant." A red-haired old man was the first to arrive at the scene of the incident. When he saw that the young master had been abused beyond recognition, he gathered true energy in his palm. Huff, huff, huff. A strong wind swept across, wreaking havoc in the surroundings. Those passers-by and martial artists with good eyesight had long avoided it. They calmly became qualified spectators and watched the upcoming battle between the revolving core realm experts. They weren't disappointed. When Jun Changshao felt a force pressing down on him, he suddenly turned around and waved his right hand. True energy crazily spread out in the air and rapidly condensed into a solid palm print. On the screen, the 4 words heaven-crossing palm print appeared. Not good. The red-haired old man's expression suddenly changed. Boom. The heaven-crossing palm print, which didn't seem to have high effects and power, directly collided with the force pressing down. Not only did it produce a deafening explosion, but it also caused the surrounding houses to tremble slightly. Schwa. Schwa. At this moment, the other 4 revolving core realm experts rushed over from the side. They pretended to attack, but in reality, they were planning to snatch the young master away. Jun Changshao naturally understood their intentions. Without saying a word, he grabbed Lu Tingyi and placed him in front of him like a shield. He shouted, "Come here!" Boom! Boom! 4 cold true energy blasted the surrounding buildings, causing them to collapse on a large scale. Jun Changshao, who was standing in the dust, and Rose of Flowers, who was standing behind him, were safe and sound. After all, with Lu Tingyi as a hostage, the other party wouldn't dare to directly attack. Ta! Ta! The 5 revolving core realm experts of Lin Yuan City all landed. The red-haired old man in the lead said angrily, "Brat, if you don't want to die, quickly release the young master. He dared to take liberties with my woman on the street. I'm already very merciful for not killing him," Jun Changshao said coldly. Don't be fooled by Lu Tingyi's gentle appearance. From the indescribable look in his eyes when he appeared, Go Xing had already guessed what was going on. Of course, Jun Changshao said those words just to find a reason. Rose of Flowers didn't think so much. When she heard the words "my woman," her heart suddenly felt as sweet as honey. He dared to make an enemy of the entire city for me. What else is there for me to be dissatisfied with? Thinking of this, she took a step forward and stuck close to Jun Changshao's back. She flicked the hair in front of her forehead and said, "Husband, let's fight side by side." The system was speechless. We agreed to keep a low profile together. How did it become causing trouble together? Get out of the way. Jun Changshao looked at the red-haired old man and said, "I want to fight 5 of you." This sentence was very hot-blooded, but, "Brother, can't you put down the hostage Lu Tingyi first? Are you going to raise him in front of you like a shield?" Whoosh! Goxing took a big stride forward and brandished his flute. Clearly, he wanted to use it not only as a shield but also as a weapon. In slow motion, one could clearly see that Lu Tingyi's eyes would roll back and faint as he was rapidly spinning. Sometimes, he would wake up and faint again. This cycle repeated over and over again. It felt like he was experiencing a high-altitude ride in an amusement park. "Come on. Come here." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Jun Changshao waved the young city lord around crazily, accompanied by intermittent strange cries. He was simply like a lunatic. Because the other party had a hostage, they were afraid of attacking the rat for fear of breaking the vases. Thus, the 5 revolving core realm cultivators could only retreat step by step. Friend. At this moment, a middle-aged man in embroidered clothes who looked to be in his 40s or 50s rushed over with a group of cultivators. Seeing Lu Tingyi being swung around like a rope, he hurriedly said with heartache, "Let's talk things out. It's the city lord." The passers-by who were watching from afar whispered. Jun Changshao stopped and then stood in front of the pale Lu Tingyi, who was foaming at the mouth, and said, "You're his father? Not bad, not bad." City Lord Lu was really worried that his son would be hurt. He hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "If my son has offended you in any way, this Lu will apologize on his behalf. One would not slap a smiling face. Since the other party had already said so, Jun Changshao would definitely give him face. He said, "My wife and I came to Linyuan City this time to do some small business. Your son was tempted by a woman and came forward to take liberties with her. What do you think we should do about this matter?" "I didn't," Lu Tingyi happened to wake up and said weakly. Although he was a playboy, he would not take liberties on the street. After all, he was the young city lord. However, since he dared to block the road, he definitely had some ideas. It was just that he did not follow the previous steps and routines. Sai, who asked this brother to meet Go Xing, who never caused trouble and never kept a high profile. "Friend." City Lord Lu cupped his hands and said, "As long as you let my son go, you can do whatever you want." City Lord Lu's deep love for his son is really touching. Jun Changshao thought for a moment and said, "How about this? I planted some medicinal herbs to sell. Now that I have been delayed by your son, you can buy all of them." "No problem. The price may be a bit expensive." "No problem." In the eyes of City Lord Lu, no matter how expensive it was not as expensive as his precious son. He even did not hesitate to use his power to enter Wu Tang through the back door for his son. "Of course, I will not deliberately blackmail City Lord Lu," Jun Changshao said. "You can first go to the city's medicinal experts and let them identify the quality of the medicinal herbs, and then give the corresponding price." "Okay, I will send someone to find the experts." Seeing that City Lord Lu listened to him, Jun Changshao glanced at Lu Tingyi, who was foaming at the mouth, and shook his head. He secretly said, "It's because I spoil my son too much that I raise such a playboy. If I have children in the future, I will definitely, host, please take back your unrealistic and fantastical thoughts." The system interrupted his thoughts in time and sharply ridiculed, "Because your character is the minister of imperial household, unless you adopt." Chapter 1362. City Lord Lu only has one precious son, and he's afraid that he'll melt in his hands. This guy beat him up, so he can forget about leaving the city alive. Jun Changshao heard from the passers-by that he decided to kidnap Lu Tingyi to make City Lord Lu hesitate. In the end, it was really feasible. Of course, he had beaten him up and his anger had subsided. He wouldn't forget the mission of coming to Linyuan City, so he planned to use the hostage to complete a deal with the other party. City Lord Lu was very cooperative and immediately invited a herbalist. "Test it." Jun Changshao threw the spatial ring containing the herbs over. He wasn't worried that the other party would snatch it away. After all, his precious son was still in his hands. He also calculated that, if he met more people like this in the future, why would he need to rob them? "Are you going to change to kidnapping?" The system was speechless. After the herbalist was carefully verified, he said seriously, "City Lord, although these herbs look ordinary, the energy contained in them is extremely majestic. They can be classified as Xian grade." When he spoke, he was very shocked in his heart. After dealing with herbs all year round, he definitely knew what kind of herbs had what kind of energy. However, he had never seen such ordinary herbs with such great energy. City Lord Lu's mind was not on the herbs, but on his son, so he hurriedly said, "Hurry up and appraise it." This, after a short moment of thought, the herbalist said, "In terms of effect, it's comparable to Xian grade, but it's a common herb after all, so overall, it's about 2 million Xian stones." "Only 2 million? Jun Changshao was a little disappointed. The system said, the seeds were bought from Stillwater Town's grocery store for only 200,000, and they were sold for 10 times the price after cultivating them for more than a month. What else is the host not satisfied with? That's true. These herbs were nothing more than the first batch of planting, and there were only tens of thousands of them. The scale of the herb field could be expanded in the future, and the profits brought by the same amount would be huge. I'll give 5 million. Seeing the disappointment on Goshing's face, City Lord Lu decided to give more. 250 is inauspicious where we are, round it up to 3 million, Jun Changshao said. Okay. City Lord Lu didn't think about it. If he had known earlier, he would have asked for 5 million. Jun Changshao said, this is your territory after all. I'm worried that you'll play tricks, so I'll give you the money first. Alright. City Lord Lu hurriedly threw over a few spatial rings. After checking them one by one, he confirmed that there were 3 million genuine profound stones inside. Buzz. Jun Changshao stood Lu Tingyi on the spot, and the flowing light of the formation enveloped him. He said, this is a formation that can explode at any time. Similarly, it will automatically deactivate after an hour. Do you understand what I mean, City Lord Lu? Understood, understood. City Lord Lu said solemnly, you and your wife can leave very safely now. This Lu will definitely not send people to kill you. Goodbye. Jun Changshao took a step back, put his right hand on Rose of Flowers' waist, jumped up, and flew out of Lin Yuan City at the fastest speed. City Lord Lu didn't chase after him. He hurriedly walked to the front of the array formation. When he saw his half-dead son lying on the ground, he felt a sharp pain in his heart. Buzz. An hour later, the array formation automatically dissipated. After confirming that Lu Tingyi was safe, City Lord Lu hugged him in his arms and looked angrily in the direction Jun Changshao left. He said with his eyes about to split open, go and investigate this guy's background immediately. His son was beaten and his money was extorted. He couldn't swallow this anger. Of course, City Lord Lu meant to send people to inquire about it first, and then decide whether to take revenge after confirming the other party's identity. Because if the other party had the power, they could only admit defeat and suffer in silence. Swish! Jun Changshao flew quickly in the sky, and his heart was filled with joy. The seeds that cost 200,000 profound stones increased tenfold in a month. If he wanted to expand the scale and increase the investment, would he still be short of money in the future? Rose of Flowers was also very happy because not only did her husband admit that she was his woman, but he also took the initiative to fly with her in his arms. Happiness came too suddenly. However, when she gradually calmed down, she said, husband offended the city lord of Lin Yuan City just like that. How will you do business in the future? It's not a big problem. Jun Changshao said, this is a small city after all. As long as the herbs are good, you don't have to worry about selling them anywhere. After being appraised by the herbalists of the upper realm, he already had confidence in the herbs cultivated by the nourishing earth, so his ambition became bigger. He would definitely go to a bigger city to seek business connections. In fact, from the perspective of the mortal world, Lin Yuan City was at most at the level of Qingyang City. If he wanted to make a fortune, he would definitely have to go to a first or second-tier city with experts everywhere. Swish! After flying for a distance, Jun Changshao landed in the mountains and put down Rose of Flowers. He said, walk by yourself. Although he had the ability to fly after entering the revolving core realm, he was limited by the world and realm. His true energy consumption was extremely fast, and he couldn't fly for long. In Lin Yuan City, City Lord Lu sent a large number of martial artists and spies to conduct a large-scale search, vowing to find out the identity of the person who extorted him. However, just as the city was in a state of panic, a middle-aged man wearing a black robe with golden edges walked in from outside. He gently raised his head and muttered to himself, I feel the aura of a special medicinal herb. This person was dressed very stylishly and had a good temperament. However, before he entered the main street of the city, he was surrounded by soldiers. The reason was, his black robe clashed with the one on Rose of Flowers. What do you mean? The middle-aged man frowned slightly. A general walked over and carefully sized up the black robe he was wearing. He said coldly, take him away. Because Lu Tingyi was tortured and kidnapped, The city had entered a state of high alert. If someone wearing the same clothes suddenly appeared at this time, they would definitely detain him without asking for the reason. Wait a minute. The middle-aged man slowly took out an item from his space ring and hung it in front of his chest. He said indifferently, "Look carefully, what is this?" The general narrowed his eyes and saw that it was something like a medal. There were complicated carvings around it, and the words Alchemy Hall were written in gold in the middle. Therefore, the muscles on his face instantly stiffened. Alchemy Hall medal. This was someone from the Alchemy Hall. There were many neutral organizations in the upper realm. The most famous one was the World Hall because it was an existence that maintained world peace. Other than that, there was also the Wu-Tang, Temple Hall, Array Hall, Alchemy Hall, and so on. As the name implied, the Alchemy Hall was an organization related to medicinal pills. In terms of fame, it was only second to the World Hall. After all, medicinal pills played a vital role in the martial arts world. The middle-aged man hung the Alchemy Hall medal on his chest. Those who were qualified to receive it were all alchemy masters recognized by the Alchemy Hall. Hurry up and release it. The general hurriedly ordered the soldiers to remove all kinds of weapons. Then, he smiled and said, "So it's a master from the Alchemy Hall. Please forgive me for offending you just now." Master 2. His status was extraordinary. The middle-aged man tidied up his clothes and said proudly with his hands behind his back, "Take me to see your city lord." Chapter 1363. City Lord's Residence. Lu Desui sat at the head of the table irritably. As the lord of a city, he didn't lack medicinal herbs, but he spent millions to buy them for his son. The more he thought about it, the angrier and more aggrieved he became. Sigh. City Lord Lu sighed. At this point, he could only find out that guy's identity as soon as possible. If he didn't have any ability, it wouldn't be too late to find a way to vent his anger. City Lord. A subordinate hurriedly came in and said, "A Grandmaster of the Dan Hall is here." "Oh." City Lord Lu stood up and asked in surprise, "Who is visiting?" Because of his frustration, his thoughts were a little short-circuited. "A Grandmaster of the Dan Hall." Swish. City Lord Lu walked out of the hall as fast as he could. When he saw the black-robed man standing in front of the door, his irritation and worry were instantly replaced by a rich smile. As he walked forward, he cupped his hands and said, "A Grandmaster of the Dan Hall is here. Your presence brings light to my humble dwelling." City Lord Lu. The black-robed middle-aged man said lightly, "Your people are a little rude." He was very unhappy now because as an alchemy grandmaster from the Dan Hall, he would be warmly welcomed in any city, but he was almost locked up as a criminal when he came to Lin Yuan City. What's going on? City Lord Lu was also a person who had experienced great storms and waves. He realized that something must have happened from the other party's expression and words, so he hurriedly asked his subordinate. After learning the cause and effect, he hurriedly apologized. "Misunderstanding, a big misunderstanding." Although a neutral organization like the Dan Hall might not be strong in martial arts, because they knew alchemy, their connections and relationships were unimaginable. It was said that they also had close relations with many great sections. Although Lu Desui was the lord of a city, he was inferior in front of the Xian sects, so he naturally didn't dare to offend the people of the Dan Hall. The black-robed middle-aged man was not a calculative person. After being invited into the hall and sitting at the head of the table, he returned to the topic at hand. "City Lord Lu, I passed by a treasure land this time and smelled a rather special medicinal herb smell, so I came to investigate." Special medicinal herbs? Lu Desui was a little confused. There were many medicinal herb shops in Lin Yuan City, but most of them were common goods and nothing special. How did they attract this grandmaster? There was only one word for a grandmaster of the Dan Hall: professional. Therefore, City Lord Lu didn't think that the medicinal herbs sold in his city could catch his eye. Moreover, the black-robed middle-aged man added, This, Lu Desui was even more puzzled. The black-robed middle-aged man said, City Lord Lu need not worry. If your city really has good herbs, I will buy them at a price higher than the market price. His surname was Feng. Lu Desui almost fell off his chair in surprise. Could your excellency be one of the 8 chief alchemists of the alchemy hall, Feng Guichen? He did not know much about the alchemy hall, but he had naturally heard of the famous 8 chief alchemists in the upper realm. He especially remembered their surnames, which were Feng Chen, Chu Wei, Jiang Shen, and Han Yang. Among them, the first was Feng Guichen. It was said that this person was born with the ability to distinguish the strength of medicinal herbs. He didn't even need to touch them. He could tell just by looking. As for the other 7 chief alchemists, they had extremely high attainments in the Tao of alchemy. Many Taoist and immortal sects fought to hire them as the alchemists of their sections. Not bad, the black-robed middle-aged man admitted. So it's Senior Feng. Forgive my rudeness. City Lord Lu hurriedly got up and bowed again. The reverence in his eyes was even stronger than before. One of the 8 chief alchemists of the alchemy hall was definitely a big shot. A small city lord like him could not afford to offend him. City Lord Lu, let's get down to business, Feng Guichen said. Revealing his true identity was not to show off, but to make him open his heart and not hide the herbs. City Lord Lu's expression was a bit interesting. He knew better than anyone what kind of herbs his family had. If the alchemy hall's chief alchemist insisted on looking at herbs, wouldn't it be bad luck if he angered him? Wait a minute. At this moment, Lu Desui suddenly remembered the tens of thousands of herbs he had spent 3 million to buy to save his son, so he muttered in his heart, Senior Feng isn't talking about these herbs, right? Seeing him hesitate, Feng Guichen said with displeasure, City Lord Lu, are you worried that this Feng will take away the herbs without paying? No. Lu Desui hurriedly said, this Lu didn't mean that, it's just… He paused for a moment before carefully saying, my Linyuan city is not a city that mainly deals in herbs, so I'm afraid that the herbs we take out will not be to your liking. He wasn't sure if the herbs he had just bought were the special herbs the other party was talking about, so he made a statement in advance to avoid offending the other party. It's fine. Feng Guichen said, this Feng is not an unreasonable person. Lu Desui relaxed and only then did he take out the space ring he had bought from Jun Changshao. He picked out a few herbs and placed them on the table. Senior Feng, the herbs we sell in the city are all very ordinary. If you insist on mentioning something special, I'm afraid it's only schwa. Before he could finish speaking, several herbs had already flown out. Just the fact that this chief alchemist was able to snatch them from a distance without the slightest fluctuation of true energy made City Lord Lu believe that not only was this chief alchemist's alchemy Tao profound, but his martial Tao cultivation was also extraordinary. Several herbs were placed on Feng Guichen's table, but he didn't touch them. Instead, he stared at them with rapt attention, the expression on his face becoming dull at first before gradually turning into one of ecstasy. The extremely common heavenly emperor grass on the market actually contains such strong world attribute energy, it's incredible. What also shocked him were the jade heaven armor fungus, 9 furnace spirit fish fruit, and other herbs. The energy contained in each of these herbs was dozens of times higher than the most common herbs in the world. If they were to be classified as world treasures, they would definitely belong to the mysterious grade. As the chief alchemist, Feng Guichen must have seen herbs of even higher grade. The reason he was so excited was because ordinary herbs were at the level of world treasures. If they were used in alchemy, they could definitely play an unimaginable role. Seeing the look of ecstasy on his face, Lu Desui couldn't help muttering in his heart, is it really that exaggerated? City Lord Lu, who didn't know anything about alchemy, naturally didn't know how much value Jun Changzhao's medicinal herbs had in refining pills. It's fine. Feng Guichen understood. He hurriedly asked, City Lord Lu, how did you grow these herbs? The heavenly emperor grass and other herbs arranged on the table were all common herbs. Even if they were wild, it was impossible for them to contain so much energy, so there was only one possibility: they were definitely artificially grown using some unknown method. Lu Des, we said awkwardly. I won't hide it from Senior Feng, these herbs were not grown by this Lu, they were bought from someone else. Who? Feng Guichen asked anxiously. Someone who could grow ordinary herbs into world treasures was definitely a top grandmaster. The ones who sold these herbs were a young couple. As for their identity, this Lu doesn't know and is still actively investigating. Lu Des, we said honestly. A young couple? Feng Guichen asked. Do they have any obvious characteristics? Since they could grow such world treasures, they might be some kind of hermit who lived in seclusion. If he found them, he would definitely pay them a visit. Lu Des, we thought for a moment and said, the man is about 20 or 30 years old and looks very weak, while the woman is extremely beautiful. That's right. She looks very similar to Senior's black robe. Feng Guichen memorized these characteristics and asked, City Lord Lu, how many herbs did you sell? Lu Des, we hurriedly placed several space rings on the table and said, they are all here, about 40 to 50,000. Feng Guichen released his spiritual sense and entered them one by one. After confirming that the herbs inside were all world treasures, he said in shock, there are so many of them, could it be that this special planting technique can be mass-produced? City Lord Lu, how much did you spend? 3 million profound stones. Feng Guichen frowned when he heard this. City Lord Lu howled in his heart. He must be wondering if I'm stupid and have too much money. From a professional point of view, 3 million profound stones for these herbs is a bit cheap, Feng Guichen said. Ah! City Lord Lu was stunned. How about this? Feng Guichen took out several space rings and placed them on the table, saying, this Feng is willing to buy these herbs for 5 million profound stones. Does City Lord Lu agree? I agree. My name is Lu Desui. My son was abused by a hateful guy who forced me to spend 3 million profound stones to buy a large batch of herbs. I was so angry that I almost vomited blood on the spot, but in the end, I sold them to the chief alchemist of the World Hall and made 2 million profound stones. Little friend, no matter where you are, I will find you. Chapter 1364. Lu Desui once again deployed more people and began a carpet search outside the city, determined to find the young couple. His first purpose was to take revenge, and this time, he wanted to make friends. After all, he made 2 million from the sale, which meant that it was not an ordinary herb. Not to mention, and it was sold by the chief alchemist of the World Hall. Who was this? He was definitely an expert in alchemy. If he took a fancy to it, it meant that the herb had great potential. Because of his son, he made 2 million. If possible, he would beat him up again in exchange for a chance to make friends with his little friend. Lu Desui, who doted on his son in every way, directly collapsed. Of course, Feng Guichen was also looking. At this moment, according to the little information provided by City Lord Lu, he was running at full speed in the mountains, his spiritual sense spreading wildly, looking for the young couple. This brother was different from other chief alchemists. He might have several positions in various sects and always liked to travel the world alone. He was quite a master who hid his achievements and fame, but today he was so ostentatious it was obvious that he cared a lot about the herb growers. However, June Changshao and Rose of Flowers had returned to the sect of all times, and the two were destined to never meet again. In the study, Goxing, who had restored his original appearance, invited Elder Wei over and began to discuss the future development of the herb field in detail. 200,000 for 3 million, this was definitely a huge profit. As long as the seeds could be produced in large quantities, it would not be a problem to accumulate wealth in a short time. Fortunately, Jun Changshao did not know that he had made 2 million from selling the herbs to Lu Desui. He would definitely be so angry that he would bang his head against the wall. Patriarch Elderway said, "My medical hall has no problem transforming the surrounding flatland into herb fields, but we need more seeds. I'll take care of it." This time, Jun Changshao decided to go on a long journey. He wanted to go to a bigger city and buy a large amount of seeds. If ordinary seeds could be grown to the Xian level, wouldn't the higher level seeds reach the sky? An opportunity. An opportunity to make a lot of money. Jun Changshao had already decided that the sect would first focus on growing all kinds of medicinal herbs. Once they had accumulated enough funds, they would then try to make a transition, such as selling highly profitable pills. There should be cities in the upper realm that mainly focus on medicinal herbs, right? Taking out the map he bought earlier, Jun Changshao looked at it carefully. Soon, he determined that it was a city called Million Treasures City. According to the annotations on the map, this was the largest intersection center in the southeast region. It sold all kinds of treasures, weapons, and equipment. Linyuan City is here, Wanbao City is. Go Xing broke down as he measured on the map with his palm. Aren't they separated by thousands of miles? The everlasting immortal mountain was located in the southeastern region of the upper realm. Because it was located in a remote location, the distance between it and the major cities could be described as being separated by several starfall continents. Jun Changshao had just stepped into the revolving core realm. If he relied on himself to fly, he would easily suffer from kidney deficiency. Therefore, even if he rode a flying sword to Myriad Treasure City, it would still take a very long time. To put it simply, there was already a way to develop the sex business, but the problem that troubled Go Xing the most was that it was difficult to travel. Sigh. Jun Changshao shook his head. I can only use the ancient warship. In a situation where flying and flying swords could not be used as a means of transportation, he could only rely on this most valuable treasure to travel long distances. Go Xing had not taken it out all this time because there was a brand new heavenly Tao order here. Even if the warship could fly, it would definitely need a higher energy source to drive it. As expected, Jun Changshao summoned the ancient warship and tried to drive it by embedding magnetite in it. Although it could fly, it consumed a lot of energy just to fly out of the Aeon Immortal Mountain from the Sect's sky. The system said, "From the speed and consumption just now, I have already analyzed that the host needs at least 500,000 magnetite to reach Million Treasures City with this item." Jun Changshao collapsed on the bow of the warship. Forget it. He put the warship back into the spatial ring and said, "I'd better look for medicinal herbs in the nearby cities." Patriarch Li Luochia walked in and said, "According to the report of the spies, there are martial practitioners coming out of Lin Yuan City one after another." After coming to the upper realm, Drizzle Hall had also started to operate under the Patriarch's orders. Many professional intelligence personnel had already entered Jingshui Town and Lin Yuan City, but they were limited by the large area and could not cover it accurately. Jun Changshao smiled coldly and said, "This city Lord Lu will not let this matter go as expected. Fortunately, I had the foresight to change my appearance in advance, or else I would have attracted another trouble." If Go Xing, who thought he was smart, knew that because he did not reveal his identity, it was difficult for the head alchemist of the Pill Hall to find him, he would definitely hug a pillar and cry and sing, "If I could do it all over again, I would use my true appearance." On a seemingly real and illusory mountain peak. Just as Jun Changshao summoned the ancient warship, the sagely old man sitting cross-legged on a huge rock opened his eyes and said in surprise, "Why is my warship in the upper realm? No. It was clearly buried in the planar battlefield. Even if it was found by a fated person, it should be in the lower realm. Could it be that the person who obtained it has already broken through the void and ascended?" The old man calmed down and began to search for the source. Finally, after locking onto the coordinates, he said in surprise, Isn't this the sect that was forcibly brought up and placed in Phoenix Perch Immortal Mountain? Just as he was about to continue searching, the aura of the warship suddenly stopped. The old man fell into a brief silence and said, "It seems that this old man and this group of little fellows are fated to meet. If I have time, I can go and take a look." Whoosh whoosh. At this time, the space above the mountain peak seemed to be torn apart by some kind of power. Gradually, a black figure formed from the attributes and laws of heaven and earth gathered. A terrifying aura instantly filled the air, causing the entire space to tremble. The old man's white hair fluttered and he frowned. "Fighting again?" "Kaki." The black figure laughed strangely. "Daoist Tonggu, our strength is about the same. It's too difficult to decide the victor. How about we change the game?" So the old man sitting cross-legged on the boulder was actually the creator of the ancient warship, Shenren Tonggu. As the reader, don't you feel enlightened when the answer is revealed? What game? This old man has recently found a disciple with special abilities. I'm doing my best to train him to become stronger. Recruit a disciple and set a time. Please! Shenren Tonggu forcibly interrupted. This kind of game where the disciple leads the master to decide the victor is old and out of date. Can't we change it up a little? The black figure roared, "Let's just use rock, paper, scissors to decide the victor. Last time, you lost to me 35 times in a row. You still have the face to play?" Shenren Tonggu said with disdain. "I didn't lose." The black figure said indifferently, "We agreed on 36 out of 71 rounds. You still have 1 round to go." Shenren Tonggu was really speechless. At first, they agreed on 3 rounds, but it ended up being 3 out of 5, 4 out of 7. It went all the way up to 70 rounds. In the end, when he saw that he couldn't win, he left after saying, "We'll fight another day." "I'm serious." Shenren Tonggu sighed. "This old man has never seen someone as shameless as you." The black figure said, "There's always someone better than you. Maybe there really is someone even more shameless in the universe. It's just that you haven't met him yet." Shenren Tonggu couldn't be bothered to continue the conversation. He said impatiently, "Let's do as you said. This old man will find a disciple and set a time to decide the victor." "Are you sure?" "I'm sure." "Kakik." The black figure cackled, "Then you're definitely going to lose this time. This disciple of mine is the child of the dimension, the embodiment of providence.